I want to quickly thank everyone for their support recently. Before I could even make a video thanking you all for 20,000 subscribers, we hit 21,000. To celebrate, here's a massive compilation. Before we begin, I want to let you know that this video is full of stories all the way to the end. If you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. I was driving home one night after attending a 4th of July party at my grandparents' house. On the way home, I decided to stop at a convenience store that was along my route. I bought myself a hot dog, some nachos, and a Gatorade. Afterward, I got into my car and drove down the road, eventually pulling over. I was eating my food while watching videos on YouTube. I was just relaxing and enjoying the evening. Suddenly, a large pickup truck parked directly in front of me, blocking my path rather than just stopping in front of my car. There were two men in the front seat. One of them got out of the truck and walked over to my door, tapping on the window and gesturing for me to roll it down. I only rolled it down slightly, enough to hear what he had to say without having to shout through the window. "Hey man, wanna buy some fireworks?" he asked. I told him no thanks, that I wasn't interested, but he was persistent, insisting I come out and have a look. I was firm in telling him no. It was clear he was unhappy with my response. I didn't trust these guys. Not only did they look shady, but who stops people on an empty highway at 10 o'clock at night to sell fireworks to a stranger? The man got back into the pickup truck, and I continued eating my food. However, I noticed that the men hadn't pulled away yet. Their car was still parked right in front of mine, and I could see both men staring at me through their rearview mirror, seemingly discussing their next move. I started to worry. These men were trouble. I started my car and decided to just drive home, having to back up. Unsurprisingly, as soon as I headed off, the two men followed me. At first, they were driving very close behind me. Then they became more aggressive, beeping their horn and slightly bumping into the back of my car. I was frightened, thinking they were about to make me crash. I could see in my rearview mirror that one of the men was angrily gesturing for me to pull over. I knew nothing good would happen if I did. I continued driving while these two men harassed me. Thankfully, I saw a gas station up ahead and pulled in, hoping these men would give up and leave. Unfortunately, they pulled in as well. For some reason, they must have thought I went inside the gas station because they immediately got out of their car and ran inside. I took this opportunity to write down their license plate and drive off. Once I got home, I called the police and explained what had happened. It turned out that the car they were driving was actually stolen. The two men were quickly found and arrested. Both had been recently released from prison, having served time for grand theft auto and armed robbery. The police also informed me that no fireworks were found in their vehicle, which didn't surprise me at all. Obviously, these men had ill intentions. My name is Brett, and I'm 24 years old, but this story happened 10 years ago when I was 14. It was the 4th of July, and I was hanging out with my best friend Caleb. We didn't have the best home life, so whenever holidays would come around, we would just hang out, mostly outside like we did most days. There was an old abandoned warehouse near where we lived. It was well known in the community that shady stuff happened, like illegal deals, parties, and even fights that would end with someone getting seriously injured. Like I said, it was the 4th of July, and we knew there would be a big party going on there. Since we were bored, Caleb and I decided to spy on the warehouse and just see what was happening. We walked through the forest that you had to pass through to get there. When we arrived, we saw there was a party going on. There were cars, barbecues, and people getting drunk. We watched for a while until we came up with the dumb idea to sneak inside. There was an old office upstairs that you could sneak into from the fire exit behind the building. We snuck through a gap in the fence, crept along outside the warehouse, and slowly crept up the fire escape. Caleb and I both looked through the window as discreetly as we could. There were 2 men inside the office talking. One of them was carrying a large duffel bag. Shortly after, the 2 men left the office and headed downstairs to the rest of the party. I told Caleb, "Come on, let's go before we get in trouble." He kept telling me we should take a look in that bag. I kept trying to tell him not to, but he wouldn't listen. With the fire escape door, it only opened from the inside, so we couldn't just open it and walk in. I was still looking through the window when Caleb smashed one of the windows and proceeded to climb in. I was too surprised to say anything and watched as Caleb went inside to take a look in the bag. I didn't worry too much if people could hear the crash, as there was loud music playing in a party with plenty of people around. Still, I didn't hang around for long. Caleb took a look inside the duffel bag. I kept whispering to him, "What is it?" He didn't answer, just put the bag down and started to climb back through the window. Just as he was climbing through, the 2 men walked through the door of the office, and one of them shouted, "Get the hell back here now." Caleb and I ran as fast as we could down the fire stairs. We heard the fire escape door bust open as we were running, and the 2 men started running down after us. We quickly squeezed through the gap in the fence we had snuck in earlier. Luckily, it took the men a bit longer to get through, as they were obviously larger than us, but it gave us a pretty big distance into the forest. We then heard what sounded like a gunshot. I could be wrong, but we didn't stick around to find out. We ran as fast as we could until we were safe near our homes again. We were both shaken up and scared as hell. I suggested that Caleb come to my house to try and relax for a while. We had a couple of Pepsis from the fridge and loaded up my Xbox. When we finally calmed down, I asked him what was in the bag. He told me he saw about 4 blocks of some kind of white powder, some cash with an elastic band around it, and some kind of firearm. After hearing this, the reality of what just happened washed over me. The thought of the possibility that we could have been killed just fell on me like a ton of bricks. We never went back there after that day. We never told anyone. Until now. My name is Dale. I'm 33 years old. This story happened last year on the 4th of July. I invited a few of my friends over that evening for a barbecue and some beers. The evening went well. It was around 10 p.m. when my friends all left to head home. After seeing them out of my front door, I returned to the backyard to clean up. I saw a man standing there. He was a young man, about 19 years old, extremely skinny, wearing a white tank top, blue cargo shorts, and black boots. His hair covered his eyes. I stood there confused and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He didn't answer. He then picked up a half-eaten burger from the table and slowly started to eat it. I thought he must be some kind of junkie. "Can you get off my property now, please, or I will call the police," I said. As I said that, he stopped chewing and looked at me right in the eyes. The look he gave me was pure evil, like he wasn't human on the inside. He then pulled out a large knife and was rubbing it across his face. Thankfully, After that, he climbed over my fence and disappeared. I was so confused. To be honest, I thought about calling the police but decided against it, as I haven't had the best experience with the police in the past. I packed a few things away and went inside for the night. I had trouble relaxing and later in the night, trouble sleeping. I kept getting this paranoid feeling that this weird guy was still around somewhere. I kept looking outside at my backyard from my bedroom window just to check that he wasn't out there. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I went into my yard and I could see a large knife stabbed into the table next to where he had been standing. I was pretty paranoid most nights after that, double-checking my locks and jumping up at every sound I'd hear at night. But he never came back. This story happened to me 2 years ago on the 4th of July. I was 15 years old at the time. It was 10 p.m. and I was lying in my bed, staring out the window and listening to music. Suddenly, I saw something fly over the forest near my house and crash. There was a loud bang, but I don't think anyone suspected anything because, like I said, it was the 4th of July. There were plenty of fireworks going off and people outside partying. My best friend Mike, who lives a few doors down from me, called shortly after the crash. He asked if I had just seen the UFO fly over. I should mention that Mike is obsessed with UFOs and aliens and talks about them all the time. Anyway, he was riding his bike while telling me that I needed to meet him to check out what had crashed. I didn't want to go outside because I couldn't be bothered. Whatever had crashed probably wasn't anything special. But he was persistent in trying to persuade me to join him. He stayed on the phone with me, telling me he had just arrived at the site. Before he could describe what he saw, the phone started cutting out, and I couldn't hear him clearly. Before the phone died, I could make out him saying, "There are men approaching me, men in suits." The phone cut out and went dead. I got on my bike and rode as fast as I could towards the crash site. I rode for what seemed like ages. I felt like I must have gone past it or missed it somehow. As I was looking around, I kept trying to ring Mike, but it went straight to voicemail. After riding around cluelessly for a while, I eventually found Mike sitting down next to a tree. I went up to him and asked what he was doing. He didn't answer me, he was just blankly staring into space. I kept trying to talk to him, but he wouldn't answer or even look at me. Eventually, I got him to stand up and asked what he had seen. He told me that he didn't see or find anything. I was so confused because this wasn't like Mike at all. It's like he was a different person. The Mike I know is always talking and never shuts up, one of the happiest guys you'll ever meet. All he wanted to do was go home and not say anything. So, we went back to his house, and he went inside. I couldn't figure out what happened to him or where that thing that mysteriously crashed had gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I just gazed out my window, thinking. As I was staring out the window at the forest, I saw something. I quickly picked up my binoculars and looked. I saw two men wearing special kinds of suits staring at my house. I went to grab my phone to try to get some kind of picture, and of course, as soon as I looked away, the mysterious men had gone. That night changed my life. Mike was never the same. I don't know who or what those men were or what they did to him in those woods. I could never get him to talk about what happened. A couple of years ago, during the summer after my junior year of high school, I went to the beach to see the 4th of July fireworks with my friends. For a bit of background information, I lived a county away from my friends and wasn't familiar with the area around that beach. Only one friend, Shelby, lived anywhere near the beach. The others lived much further inland. We didn't have a car, so we walked several miles to the town beach from Shelby's house before the fireworks, and were making our way back in the late evening around 10 o'clock. There's a certain distance from the beach where the crowd from the fireworks always disperses as they make their way down side streets around the point where the major shops in the town are. But we had to keep following the straight road through the center of the town to get back to Shelby's house. The streets are always mostly empty at that point, with only a few stragglers and the occasional cop at a very busy intersection. There were 4 of us, Shelby, Amber, Hannah, and myself, walking in rows of 2 with our arms linked together. We had had a pretty good time and were still feeling kind of giddy and goofy. Hannah was my partner, and Shelby and Amber were walking behind us. We were on a bit of a stretch of road with no side streets, just a bunch of smaller shops, fast food joints, gas stations, etc., where everything was closed due to the holiday and the late hour. There was a group of a few men around their late 20s or early 30s, standing on the sidewalk outside an empty gas station. They didn't move to get off the path when they saw us walking toward them, which I thought was odd, but it was a holiday, and they were pretty obviously drunk. So, we stepped slightly into the street to walk around them. One man grabbed Hannah's arm while we were trying to pass by, and asked if she had a cigarette on her. None of my friends smoked at the time, so we very honestly said no and continued to walk, once Hannah pulled her arm away. The man was tall and fairly well built, and we were all pretty short, so we were a little startled but didn't think much of it. As we walked down the street, we even made a few jokey comments about it when we were far enough away from the station. Several minutes later, Amber and Shelby fell a bit behind because one of the crappy flip-flops Amber was wearing slipped off her foot. Hannah and I didn't notice and kept walking, and the next thing we knew, Shelby and Amber were leaning over our shoulders and whispering that the man from the station who tried to ask Hannah for a cigarette was following us a few yards back without any of his friends in tow. We were all a little freaked out at this point, but we decided that it was possible that he just happened to be going in the same direction. So, we picked up the pace and continued down the street. At this point, intersections started appearing every few blocks or so we switched to the other side of the street and kept going. We thought that we probably had nothing to worry about anymore until Amber looked over her shoulder at the next intersection and saw the guy on the same side of the street as us again. We switched once more, and he did the same. The third time we switched, he kept walking on the other side of the street. A bit after the intersection, a big commercial truck was parked on our side that blocked the view of most of the street in front of us. Something didn't feel right to me, so I made everyone hang back a few seconds, and we stopped a couple of yards away from the truck. Lo and behold, the gas station guy crossed in front of the truck and headed down the side street next to it that was between 2 shops that were already closed for the evening. Shelby started swearing, and we turned around and ran back to the intersection and down the street that intersected the street we had been walking on. We were only an empty train parking lot away from Shelby's house then, so we kept running full tilt down the street and through the lot, as she explained that the side street he walked into wasn't a real street. Just a dead-end alley between 2 restaurants. Nobody familiar with the area would walk down there on purpose, but it would be the perfect place to go if you wanted to get the jump on somebody walking by. This happened during the summer of 2008. For context, I'm female, and at the time, I was in a relationship. We'll call my boyfriend Jake, for privacy reasons. Jake was 35, and I was 30. It was the July 4th weekend, and my boyfriend wanted to go camping as he always does, every 4th of July. Usually, he goes with his ex-wife and son, who was 7 years old. A little bit about me. I'm definitely not an outdoorsy kind of person. I don't like dirt, bugs, or wild animals, and the thought of not having running water or a roof over my head absolutely terrifies me. Yes, I know, I'm spoiled rotten. As reluctant as I was, Jake persuaded me to go and reassured me that this would be a weekend to remember. Well, he didn't know how right he was. He told me we would be leaving Friday morning, which was the 4th, and would come back on Monday. As we both lived in San Jose, California, the nearest place to camp would be the Santa Cruz Mountains near Felton and Big Basin Boulder Creek vicinity. We were going off the map in a more secluded area to experience nature and avoid people. We headed out Friday morning around 7 a.m. If I remember correctly, it was about a 45-minute to an hour drive. During the car journey, Jake told me about these people that supposedly live in the mountains. At first, I thought he was just trying to scare me. I was thinking about the movie Wrong Turn or The Hills Have Eyes. I told him that, and he chuckled and said no, but there are some similarities. He explained in great detail that these people were uncivilized, not socialized, and unlike the rest of us in society. They could possibly be extremely dangerous if we encountered one of them. They basically live like cavemen, he told me. Even though he had never come across any of them, he knew they existed and had even been told by his brother that they do indeed exist. Having just heard this, I flipped out and told him it's a good thing he brought this up now, because he and I both know I would not have come along with him knowing this information. He explained that he was just letting me know, not to frighten me, but to inform me of anything should it happen. We basically know why. He said you can pretty much guarantee nothing will happen. Oh really? I said, how can you possibly guarantee me that? I always come prepared, he said. If you don't believe me, then open my glove compartment. He pointed to the glove box. I did as he asked and opened the glove compartment. Inside, I noticed a leather case. I pulled it out. What's this? Fearing what I already suspected it was, I opened it, and right before my eyes was a revolver. I don't know anything at all about guns. I really didn't want to mess with it. All I know is that it was black in color. This is your guarantee, I suppose? Yes. You must have known on some sort of level that I wouldn't take us out into the middle of nowhere and not have us protected, he said. I guess maybe in the back of my mind I thought, yeah, but seeing it now makes me very uncomfortable, I said. Also, knowing that there's a slight chance of something happening for you to bring that gun out makes me a bit more scared than anything else. He looked over at me and said, I would not let anything ever happen to you. This weekend is for us to enjoy each other's company, and that's what it will be. You'll see, he said. He did a good job of reassuring me because I didn't think much about the gun again. We reached our destination not too long after that. All around me was just nature, trees, branches, rocks, and boulders everywhere. You could barely see the sky from all the trees blocking out the sunlight. We began to unload everything from his Toyota Sequoia. I was impressed by what he had brought, a 2-bedroom tent, a king-size airbed, and a portable generator with 3 outlets to run power out of. Wow, I said, maybe this won't be so bad. He smirked that smirk I loved. Now that I think about it, I think it was more of an arrogant smirk. My cell phone didn't really get any service out there and was basically useless, but I did use it for music. Smartphones were just starting to become available, so I just had my Motorola Razr. I was already ready for an upgrade back then. Jake said, well, I need the power because I have to get some work done this weekend, as he pulled out his laptop from the back seat. What am I supposed to do while you're working? Don't be like that. I saw the books and magazines you brought, and you have your Nintendo DS, so you obviously have ways to occupy your time as well. He was right. I did bring things to entertain myself and was absolutely delighted that I could enjoy them longer with the help of portable electricity. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were all uneventful. We took hikes, made campfires, took naps, relaxed, and barbecued. I did actually enjoy myself. That was until Saturday night. We were in bed, Jake was asleep, and I was reading R.L. Stine's Fear Street. Yes, I know, cliché, but I love those books. I thought I heard something in the distance. Now I was kind of used to the little noises of animals like chipmunks and squirrels running around through the leaves, but this sounded more distinct. Footsteps. Not that of a four-legged animal, it sounded more human, like someone was trying to walk as quietly as possible without being detected. This is just my imagination from reading this book, and I am freaking myself out. I set the book down and started to strain to hear more. Closer. Whatever it is, it's getting closer. Could it be a bear? I looked over to Jake, who was sound asleep, contemplating what to do. The footsteps eventually reached the tent. Right above our heads was a zippered screen window that we had zipped closed at night because we didn't know if it would rain. Whatever was there was just outside, and it had stopped. I held my breath. All I could hear was my rapidly beating heartbeat. I heard someone else breathing, not Jake. Whoever it was outside, I wanted to wake Jake up, but I knew if I did, he would wake up and make some kind of noise that would alert whoever was out there. That's when I heard a click. I know the sound. It's the same click when you open up a pocket knife. Oh my God, I thought, this is it. This is where I'm going to perish. I knew this was a bad idea. That's when I heard scraping running across the tent. I knew what they were doing. They were running that knife all around the tent, taunting us. I knew this person had to know one of us was awake. Why else would they be doing that? The sound of the blade went all along the side of the tent and came back around to where we were. Then started again. It was then I nudged Jake to wake up. Jake, I whispered. He started to groan, and I told him to be quiet. I whispered, there's someone outside. I couldn't see his face or anything for that matter because I had turned off the reading light. There is someone outside, I said again. I then saw a flashlight shining on the tent. Jake reached over the side of the bed, grabbed his case, and pulled out the revolver. He yelled, stop. Whoever the hell is out there, I have a gun, and I will not hesitate to shoot you in the face. Leave now or regret it. The flashlight switched off, and whoever it was started to walk away, not even a speed walk, just casually walking away without any light. It was pitch black out there. Jake held onto the gun as I lay there in horror. Silence. Nothing. No sound at all. We didn't say a word. We were just listening for any kind of sound. Somehow, in all of that chaos, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to Jake shouting my name to come outside. What the hell? What are we going to do now? Jake grabbed my hand and said, we're going to walk back to the main highway as fast as we can before whoever did this comes back. I need my purse, my keys, and my phone. My phone was still in the tent inside my bag. I rushed over to the tent and grabbed my messenger bag and then realized that my purse and keys were in the glove box. I ran over to the glove box in the Toyota, swung open the door to notice the glove box was torn open and everything was gone. I started to cry, realizing that this situation is too much for me to deal with. My heart sank into my stomach and my knees got weak. I felt like I was going to faint. Jake, they have my driver's license, my house key, my money, my bank cards, I cried. It's about 1.5 miles to the highway. We're going to have to flag somebody down or find a call box since my phone is dead. Don't say that word, I told him. Weak and scared, we started walking down the dirt road we drove just a couple of days prior. As we walked, I could sense that there was someone or something else near us. I had that feeling of being watched. I just kept thinking, please let us get out of here in one piece. Jake stopped. He put his finger to his lips and said, I know. I don't think we're alone. I can hear leaves crunching. I think we're being followed. Just keep moving and know what I told you on the way here. I mean it. I'll do whatever I have to do to protect us. I will not let anything happen to you. I was thinking, thank goodness for that gun, but I wish we weren't in this predicament to begin with. Speed walking got me tired and thirsty. Then I could hear cars in the distance. We are almost there. Yes, just a little bit more. Finally reaching the highway, I pulled out my phone and I had a signal. Not much battery, but just enough for us to call the police. Jake called them. They were there in about 5 minutes. 2 patrol cars arrived. Jake explained everything while I sat on the curb. I was questioned about the events and said all my identification cards were stolen, my house keys, and car keys. The officer told me to cancel all those cards immediately and have my house locks changed ASAP. He also suggested having my vehicle's locks changed as well. I didn't even know you could do that. 2 more officers arrived, talking to Jake and helping us go back to the camp to get our stuff. I didn't really want to go back, but having the police with us felt somewhat safer. Jake had called his insurance and was expecting a tow truck soon. When we arrived, 3 of the officers looked around, took pictures, questioned us some more, and sealed off the area with yellow tape. It made it look like a crime scene, which I guess it was, because a crime did take place there. The officers asked us if we had any idea why someone would do this. I said no, and furthermore I didn't tell anyone besides my mother that I would be coming out here. Jake said he only told his ex-wife where he would be, who was home with her son. The officer explained to us that it was likely an isolated incident and it could have been someone who most likely didn't want us camping out here. Big surprise, I thought, but even this was extreme, and I wasn't really buying that load of crap the officer was telling us. It seemed like he knew more than what he was saying. So what's going to happen now? The officer told me, well, we have your information and reports. We will investigate, and we will search for fingerprints and other evidence. If and when we come up with any information, we will let you know. You might have to testify against any culprits we apprehend. Until then, he said, get all your locks changed, cancel your credit cards, and let us know if you come up with any new information. About 10 minutes later, the tow truck arrived. We gathered all of our belongings, and we got out of there. I was confused that nothing in the tent was stolen, not even Jake's laptop. Now, if I let my imagination run wild, I could think of other things that didn't make sense, but I didn't want to go down that path. On the way back to the city, I was in so much disbelief. I wanted to say to Jake, I told you so, but he looked so hurt and confused. I couldn't do it. Plus, it sucked to be right. I mean, I really did want to enjoy myself this weekend, and it started out pretty good. I got home, canceled everything, and had my mom call the locksmith and change all the house locks. I made an appointment for my car to get the locks changed as well and left it in the garage. I was still tense just knowing someone had my address and the keys to my house. Even though they couldn't unlock my house door, that wouldn't stop them from breaking in. I don't think anything ever came of the situation, or if it did, Jake never informed me of it. We spoke about it, and he was constantly checking in with the police department. He bought a new SUV. He didn't want any kind of reminder of that weekend, and I agree with that. We broke up a few months later for other reasons. I always wondered if he ever went camping again after that or if he regretted that weekend. As for me, it's been about 12 years since that horrible weekend. I now live in a different state where people do camp a lot. Good for them. I haven't camped since then, and I don't think I ever will again. I was 10 years old and had just started 5th grade. I made a new friend in school, Yanni. My parents allowed me to go for a sleepover at her house after they met her mom once. My mom and dad were pretty laid back because I was their last kid. My sisters were more than 10 years older than me. My mom dropped me off, said hello to Yanni's mom, and left. Yanni and I started playing karaoke when her mom decided she was going to leave. She said goodbye to us, gave us kisses on the cheek, and I remember thinking she smelled like black licorice. Yanni and I were left to do whatever we wanted for the next 5 hours. We played games, watched TV, and talked about school. Yanni's older sister came home around 1 a.m. and told us that we should go to bed because we were falling asleep on the couch. We went into Yanni's room and laid in her bed. Later that night, I can't be sure what time because it was pitch dark, Yanni's mom came home. I woke up to a pounding sound on Yanni's bedroom door. I started yelling in fear when I felt a hand over my mouth. It was Yanni telling me to be quiet and pretend to be asleep. But at that moment, it was too late. Her mom had kicked the door open, stormed over to the bed, and grabbed Yanni's face. She began screaming at Yanni because we had accidentally left the TV on. I was trying to hide under the covers, but she saw me. She began slamming her fists on the bed around me, screaming, "You think you were better than me?" over and over. I was sobbing, and all I could think about was going home. I was so scared and begged her mom to let me call my parents because I felt sick. Her mom grabbed my chin, looked me in the eyes, and said, "I know what you're doing, little girl, and you aren't going anywhere until I say you can." She stormed out of the room, slamming the half-broken bedroom door behind her. Yanni said nothing, and neither did I. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. Every sound in the house made me jump. In the morning, when I went to call my mom, Yanni's mom was on the phone. She wouldn't let me use it, even though I asked multiple times. Finally, she was going to take a shower, and I heard her pass the phone off to Yanni's sister and say, "Don't let that little bitch use this phone. If you even think about it, I ain't buying you cigarettes anymore." I was a sheltered kid at the time, but when I overheard that, I knew I had to get out of there. I approached Yanni's sister, and she basically threw me the phone. She was ready to give it to me before I even asked for it. With a look of fear in her eyes, she said, "My mom is calling her guy, so you need to call your parents quickly." And so I did. She saved my life, and I still believe that to this day. Was her guy someone who was going to get rid of me? I shudder at the thought. The rest of the story isn't very exciting. My mom picked me up, and I acted like nothing was wrong. 2 days later, it was Parents' Day in school. Yanni was in my class, which meant her mom was there. Her mom approached me and asked me why I never wanted to come over anymore and accused me of being a mean girl. She talked to me in a way that seemed harmless, so it wasn't obvious to my mom or my teacher. I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a word. Well, until 2 weeks later. My older sister was babysitting me while our parents were at the movies, and I broke down and told her what happened because I couldn't stop thinking about it. She comforted me and told our parents. We hugged each other and cried. A couple of weeks later, Yanni stopped coming to school. My classmates wondered what happened, and so did I. I didn't want to ask my parents what happened. 15 years later, I heard from Yanni on Facebook. There was no life-changing conversation, but we exchanged pleasantries. That's life sometimes. In the summer of 2019, my friends and I were having a sleepover in honor of one of our friend's 17th birthday. Rihanna had invited our friends to come over to swim in her pool and have some drinks and hang out with some boys and sleep in her trailer so we didn't wake up her parents. We would sleep in the trailer on her driveway. There were 4 beds, a bunk bed in the left corner, a single bed directly beside it, and another bed as you walked in. After hours of fun, throwing up, and tons of teenage drama, we decided to head over to the trailer so we didn't wake the neighbors or Rihanna's parents. It was about 3 a.m. when things began to settle down. About 10 minutes later, Reese was still wide awake, and her drunk self decided to look out the window on the top bunk where she and I were sharing. She recalled seeing a teenage boy quickly walking on the sidewalk beside us, repeatedly looking behind himself to watch another guy quickly following him. She decided to stick up for the first boy and yelled random things to get the second guy to stop following him. The second guy, noticeably not sober, instantly heard the screams from Reese and Rihanna, and it caught his attention. Scared, she stayed quiet beside me while I was trying to sleep. About a minute later, Reese decided to check again, and there the guy was, right in front of the trailer, investigating the noise. He was getting really close to the door when Reese then told me, "Hey, don't freak out, but there's a guy right outside the trailer." I sat up quickly to look outside, and he was there, wandering around right beside us. By now, Reese had announced to everyone else as quietly as she could that there was a guy outside the trailer. Rihanna quickly got up, looked outside a window to see for herself, and then told everyone else to get underneath us in the bottom bunk. We were all huddled in the bottom bunk when Mackenzie, our smallest yet fearless friend, decided to stay outside and check the windows. The man, still not sure where the yelling came from, was gone. We sat for a few minutes in silence, contemplating calling someone, until Mackenzie decided to look out the window of the bottom bunk. This window faced the garage. She quickly announced that he was standing right beside the window. She could only see his legs though. Quickly closing the window, we sat scared once again in silence. Mackenzie kept running back and forth through the windows to see where he was. At one point, he decided to walk to the middle of the street to get a better view of the house. This is when we thought it was over. Everyone was getting back into their sleeping spots, discussing what had just happened when Mackenzie decided to look out the window again. The man was now standing on the front steps of Rihanna's house. We couldn't do anything but just stay quiet and wait until the intoxicated man would leave. We didn't know what he would do if he realized people were in the trailer. He did end up leaving after quite a while, but it definitely took us a while to fall asleep that night. In the morning, Rihanna tried to check her cameras, but they had been disconnected. We have no proof of this happening except for the group of us who experienced it. Rihanna believes the guy came back the next night since she heard a lot of noises from her front door while she was home alone. Moral of the story: don't scream and crack down on men when you're vulnerable in a trailer. You really have to wonder though, what would have happened if he had tried to open the door? I'm sure we could have defended ourselves, but this story could have ended a lot worse. This happened during August this year. To start off, this happened with my best friend Hazel. We are both 14, turning 15 this year. When Hazel came back from vacation, we immediately decided to have a sleepover at her house. She has a big closet inside her room that she uses as a makeup room, which will be important later. We were just relaxing and talking in her room when the idea of using a Ouija board came up. We often joked about how we should try to use it and summon the serial killer Richard Ramirez to see if it could actually happen. After that idea came up, she brought it out and set it up with the lights off, except for her TV, which we were using to listen to old music while playing. This wasn't her first time playing, and she would say that it doesn't actually work as she's tried multiple times. But this was my first time playing with it. We would always talk about the Ouija board in her house because creepier stuff always seemed to happen there. She also has an old house built in 1935 with creaky floors. For example, something that happened there to me 3 years ago was when I was trying to sleep around 4 a.m. and I felt something touching my foot for a few seconds. I thought it was her cat and said, "Hazel, why is your cat playing with my foot?" She said, "My cat isn't here right now, he's outside the door." That's when it hit me, and my heart dropped. Her door was fully closed, and her cat was still outside the door. Neither one of us wanted to look or even move after that. We also stopped talking and just tried to fall asleep faster, but it was very hard for me. I couldn't move at all and felt stuck, starting to sweat from how scared I was. Anyway, we had our fingers already on the Ouija board, and it wasn't working for the first few minutes. But when we asked, "What's your name?" it finally spelled out Richard Ramirez. I thought Hazel was joking around and moving it herself, until she then promised that it wasn't her. She also took off her finger and let me do it myself to show me that it wasn't her moving it. When she did, it was still moving my finger. We continued asking a few more questions, then we said, "If it's really you, show yourself." Hazel has a few dolls in her room, but the creepiest one by far was her ventriloquist dummy. After we said that, the dummy's eyes started to blink and then look back and forth. I said to her, "Hazel, your dummy's eyes are blinking." When she saw it herself, she completely freaked out, screamed, and jumped onto me, holding me really tight. It stayed like that for a while until she finally got off, but the dummy started blinking again. That's when I looked at her makeup closet from the bed and saw her mirror in there. From the reflection, I could see a figure just sitting there. Once I told her that, she held onto me even tighter this time, and she stayed like that for about an hour. It was about 4 a.m., and we still weren't even in our pajamas yet because we were way too scared to get up, and I didn't want to get up without her. After an hour, we finally said goodbye on the Ouija board, and I was able to convince her to get up with me to at least turn on the lights. When the lights were turned on, she was perfectly fine after that. We got into our pajamas and tried to sleep with her LED lights and a lamp. She was already sleeping, but I was having a hard time falling asleep. I once again looked at the dummy, and it was still blinking. So, I don't think we had said goodbye properly. I felt scared now since Hazel was already sleeping, so I just tried to turn the other way and close my eyes, trying to force myself to fall asleep. Once we woke up the next morning, everything was back to normal. Everything was fine, and nothing else happened. She tells me that she still sees the dummy blinking sometimes and that she's too scared to go to sleep at night. She sleeps with the lights on. She's considering getting rid of both the Ouija board and the dummy. I still don't think we said goodbye properly, and I know she won't be playing with a Ouija board for a while. I never believed Ouija boards worked or were real until this experience. You should truly be careful when you're playing with stuff like this. You never know who you're actually talking to or what can happen. Especially watch what you say to the Ouija board because it can end badly very quickly. I still don't know if we were actually talking to Richard Ramirez or who it actually was. All I know is that it's real and it actually works, and I don't think I'll ever mess with one again. This story is genuinely still one of the weirdest experiences I've had with a friend. It's a huge factor in me having trust issues with friends to this day. I'm 18 now, but at the time of the story, I was about 13. I had just become very close friends with this girl from my school. For this story, I'll call her Sasha. Sasha and I had met through mutual friends, and we grew much closer because we hung out in a group with my absolute best childhood friend at the time. After a while, we started spending time by ourselves. She had just moved, and I would spend a lot of time having sleepovers at her new house. We would all hang out at the local playground with another boy in our grade. For the sake of the story, I'll call him Dylan. At the time, I was in a flirty relationship with Dylan. Sasha knew this and kept trying to get us to spend more time together by going to the playground and such. When she proposed we all take a little time away to go to her aunt's mansion, we were all really excited. Sasha's mom had confirmed beforehand that we were all allowed to go, and told us that we'd basically be house-sitting for free while getting to stay at a lovely place. It was just a town over, so my mom wasn't worried about how far it'd be. Once we got to the house, it was absolutely huge. They had 2 big dogs, a huge finished basement, a water garden, a gym, and a trampoline. At the time, I was just so overwhelmed with everything they had. But after a while, Sasha started saying how bored she was. From previously hanging out with Sasha, I had known her to be quite dramatic. She would switch up the things she'd say depending on who she was with and would completely lie for seemingly no reason. But I was young and hadn't completely figured out the extent to which a person could take those red flags. Her boredom was a bit weird to me, seeing our surroundings, but when she suggested we do something, I reluctantly agreed and asked what she had in mind. Sasha then told me that she wanted to take a mall trip so we'd have cute clothes for the upcoming county fair. She took her phone into the other room to call her mom and ask for some money for the shopping trip. I heard the whole conversation from the room over. I heard Sasha's mom word for word say that her aunt and uncle were being charitable and wanted to thank us for house sitting by giving us some money for shopping. Sasha's mom then said to Sasha to take some more money from the drawer in the closet in the bathroom, which is where I was standing. They both seemed so genuine. I was really shocked and impressed when Sasha's mom said we could have such a big amount of money. At my age, I think it was about $500, and Sasha took more for herself. I was completely fine with the amount and thanked them profusely for it. I didn't really have much money growing up with a single mom, so as Sasha was looking through the drawer, I genuinely thought that was just what upper middle class families did. Looking back, I can now call out so many points where I would have left, but I didn't have a ride home and didn't really know how to describe the situation to my mom just yet. So I trusted Sasha, and we went to the mall. This is when Dylan met up with us to begin his stay there. Wanting to win Dylan over a bit, I shared some of the money with him. Both of us spent just enough to get a hoodie and food. Sasha used the rest of the money for herself. We walked home that day, which Sasha insisted we do, although it was freezing and we were about 30 minutes away. These were the moments looking back where I know Sasha was off about the whole situation. When we finally got home, I remember Sasha instigating a fight with Dylan, and he got so mad he fell asleep. The day after that was the fair, so we all cleaned up and went home. Sasha's parents provided us all with transportation. Once we got to the fair, I remember Sasha having to leave early because she and her mom were having problems. But I tried not to ask questions because, again, I was aware things were a bit off in their situation. A few days later, my mom got a random Facebook message from my previously mentioned best friend's mom. She had sent my mother a message describing how awful of a child I am and making several shocking claims with an attached article from the police. It apparently featured mine and Dylan's faces and stated that we had stolen around $7,000 from the most popular women's basketball team's donations. Directly after this, Dylan's mom called mine, initially thinking that we had told them Dylan stole it. After figuring out we hadn't, we both knew there was only one person it could have been. I still can't wrap my head around the whole situation, but my prior best friend's mom always thought badly of me after this. Some people probably still do. From what I've gathered, Sasha's mom had probably sent us there with the intention of having Sasha or Dylan take the money, knowing we trusted her as an adult. Since Dylan and I are black and Sasha was a white girl in the area we live in, everyone would believe Sasha was completely innocent, especially the police. Unfortunately, situations like this happen a lot, and kids like us are always blamed, even by the people I trusted, like my best friend's mom. Luckily, my own mom immediately believed me. The police and basketball team ended up dismissing everything they said, as Sasha's mom presumably confessed everything to her sister and brother, who owned the house and basketball team. Luckily, Dylan and I ended up dating after this, and we cut off Sasha completely. Although I sometimes still see her face on Instagram, I hope she's doing well, but I would only like to know that from a distance. Back when I was a kid, I had this friend in elementary school. We were super close, sat next to each other in class, and hung out every recess and lunch. At one point, we planned a little sleepover. My parents' place was kind of small at the time, but she lived in this big old house with her grandparents. so it was arranged that we have the sleepover there instead. I never found out why she lived with her grandparents or where her parents were, but I distinctly remember my mom and dad telling me not to ask her questions about them. The reasons were obvious in hindsight. The only thing was, my friend seemed really set on having the sleepover at my place. I mean, to the point where when we had no choice but to have it at her grandparents' place, she seemed to not want to have the sleepover anymore. I had to convince her to have it at her place just because I was so excited about the idea of having the sleepover in general. Anyway, it comes to the night of the sleepover. I go over to her grandparents' place, and it's every bit as fun as I imagined. We watched movies up in her room, had pizza delivered, ate ice cream right out of the tub, and her grandparents seemed really sweet and nice. Then, I think it was around 9 p.m., her grandpa knocks on the door, pokes his head in, and tells us that he and my friend's grandma are headed to bed, so we're to keep the noise down. He goes to bed, and we carry on with our night. A little while later, I head over to the door, telling my friend I needed to use the bathroom. She jumps up, throws herself between me and the door, and is like, "You can't go out there, you'll wake up Grandpa." I tell her not to worry, and then I creep down the hall on tiptoes so as not to wake him, but my friend still refuses to let me leave the room. I think she's actually playing around for a second. I try to get past her, but she actually shoves me back away from the door with this angry look on her face. I didn't want to start a fight with her. After all, the whole objective was to keep as quiet as possible. But still, I needed to use the bathroom, so I asked her where I'm going to go. And get this, she reaches under her bed and pulls out one of those plastic stationery trays. She points at this plastic tray and tells me to just use it. Again, I think she might be playing a cruel trick on me, but she's deadly serious. She actually wanted me to pee in that stationery tray. So I did. It was super gross, but I did it, and instantly the mood is just destroyed. I had nothing to clean myself up with. I'm pretty sure I peed a little on my nightgown. It was just all kinds of disgusting, but still, my friend wouldn't let me go use the bathroom to wash up. The weirdest thing was she acted like it was normal. She never did anything like that at my house, and she definitely didn't seem like that kind of kid. She wasn't known as the stinky kid in school. The whole thing just kind of blew my mind, and although I didn't let it affect our relationship, I definitely didn't like to stay over at her house again. We stayed close for a long time after, but ended up going to different high schools because she moved in with her aunt over in St. Paul. We kept in touch using MySpace back when that was still a thing, but I never got to the bottom of her weird nocturnal bathroom habits. Not until well after her grandpa passed away. When he died, she seemed to take it really badly. When I called her, she broke down crying so much that she had to hang up, and she wouldn't return any of my texts no matter how much I begged her to get in touch. In the end, me and my mom looked up her aunt's home phone number and called ahead before we drove over. The aunt seemed more than happy to talk to us, but with the caveat that she had something very, very serious to tell us. My friend's grandpa had attacked her multiple times in the night. It was a little more complicated than typical abuse. He was a veteran and suffered heavily from post-traumatic stress. Every few nights he'd be found patrolling the house, apparently sleepwalking or having a mental episode. There were a few times when my friend would go to use the bathroom and he would physically tackle her and accuse her of being the enemy. He would apparently interrogate her and inflict pain on her to make her talk. It was all really tragic, because he was a great guy if you met him. That was why her mom wasn't around, and it completely ruined her life. She was too young to understand why he would do that to her, and thought he was just abusive. There wasn't much awareness about his condition back then, so everyone involved just thought he was terrible towards his daughter. She ended up with an addiction problem, which is why she wasn't in the picture. She insisted on not letting the judge give the grandparents custody, but the judge ignored her because she was obviously an addict. I think they were just so terrified of him that they just couldn't talk about it ever, and it was only after he died that it all came spilling out in various forms. The aunt that she was living with was her mom's cousin, so obviously wasn't around for what was happening when they were kids. It was absolutely horrifying hearing about it just as her friend, so I can only imagine how terrible she felt. Knowing she was so close to the abuse, but just not being able to see it. And then it all made sense to me why she didn't want me walking down the hall at night. Why she'd taken to peeing in a stationary tray that she kept hidden under her bed. She wasn't being mean or weird when she made me do it. She was protecting me. No wonder she didn't want me to have the sleepover at her place. And I'm really not trying to make this whole thing about me when I say this, but I feel horribly guilty for not saying anything to my parents at the time. I didn't want to embarrass her. She was my best friend. But that's just the thing about being a kid, isn't it? That naivety. You do dumb stuff even if you don't mean to, and that's what my therapist tells me. I try to believe it, I really do, but part of me will forever remain convinced that somehow I'm to blame. When I was a kid, my best buddy and I were having a sleepover. His parents had gotten a divorce a couple of months prior, so to counter all the stress, he pretty much got whatever he wanted. It wasn't like his mom was spoiling him, she was just being super nice to make sure he wasn't too bummed about his dad leaving. Did it work? Yes and no. Getting to have his friends stay over, getting an Xbox, a cell phone, and much more personal freedom was all well and good, but every so often, you could tell the whole thing was getting to him. The good thing was I got to spend a whole bunch more time with him to give him the support he needed, which coincidentally meant that I was there for one of the worst moments of his childhood. So we're having a sleepover, and his mom is having a friend over. They're downstairs while we're up in his bedroom. At one point, I wanted a glass of water, so I headed downstairs. To get to the kitchen, you had to walk through the TV room. I see my buddy's mom's friend is a dude, and they're getting kind of close if you know what I'm saying. They jump off each other when I walk into the room. I walk through like I didn't see anything, and it's incredibly awkward as I walk back through with my glass of water. Then I make the mistake of mentioning it to my buddy. He's clearly not happy with the fact that it's a dude. We're 9th graders at this point, so we're pretty savvy. Anyway, my buddy isn't happy, but he just does his usual thing of internalizing it before distracting himself. Not the best coping mechanism in hindsight, but it is what it is. Then remember that cell phone I mentioned? Well, his mom bought it for him so he could keep in touch with his dad, which he then does. And guess what's the first thing he tells him? That there's a strange dude over at his house. I totally blame myself in the moment. It sucked so hard. When my buddy hung up, turned to me with a smug grin, and said, "Dad's on his way over." I just knew something bad was going to happen. I kind of wanted to leave, but at the same time, my whole reason for being there was to be a good friend to Ryan. I had a really healthy family life at home. My parents were a loving and dedicated couple right up until the day my dad passed, and I'd like to think they raised good kids. But Ryan, his parents were total morons, and good God, did that make me feel bad for him. So I stuck around. I knew something horrible was going to happen, but I had zero clue how bad it would really get. My buddy's bedroom window overlooked his driveway, so when his dad finally did show up, we could see and hear almost everything that happened down there. His dad, and I'm not embellishing here, hurtled up the driveway at like 40 miles an hour, screeched to a stop, and didn't even shut his door when he climbed out of his car. Ryan watched him, looking at him like his dad was a knight in shining armor for a few seconds, right up until he said, "Oh crap, I think my dad has a gun." Hearing that final word sent this razor-sharp icicle running right through my guts. I knew there would probably be shouting and fighting, but not shooting. He started banging on the door until his mom answered and then demanded to know where her guy friend was. Ryan's mom was all like, "I don't know what you're talking about," but then Ryan's dad goes from 0 to 100 in a second flat. "Don't lie to me. Tell me where he is." There's this very real, palpable pause, and me and Ryan are just on this very nervous feeling. Then his mom asks him how he knows about any man. Again, a shiver of ice through my stomach because I'm basically the one who told. In that moment, I told myself that whatever was about to happen was completely my fault. Ryan's dad exploded at the admission. "You're a freaking liar. Now get out of my way." We could hear Ryan's mom screaming for a second, then we heard another voice. Only this one was definitely inside the house, the guy friend. He was screaming at Ryan's dad to get off him. I heard the guy start to shout something at Ryan's dad, then he just went totally silent, and all you could hear were feet beating against the floorboards downstairs. And then bam! 3 distinct gunshots echoed around the house. Me and Ryan are just bawling at this point because we could still hear his mom screaming, and we had no idea if she'd been shot. What if the boyfriend was dead, if the boyfriend had a gun and fired at Ryan's dad? The whole situation was traumatic enough, but the not knowing, that was just the worst. I had to grab Ryan's cell phone off of him to call the cops. He just totally shut down from the stress. He had a rough enough few months with the whole divorce thing, and now he had to deal with potentially losing a parent. I don't blame him, honestly. It was bad enough for me, and it wasn't even any of my parents. The 3 shots were all we heard, and before the cops showed up, the only sounds we could hear were Ryan's mom crying downstairs. We should have gone to check on her, I know we should have, but the dispatcher told us both to stay put because we didn't know if there was still an active shooter, so we did as we were told. Thankfully, everyone turned out to be okay, and no one was even shot. Ryan's dad had aimed the gun at his mom's friend as soon as he'd laid eyes on him, but the guy was quick and just bolted out the back of the house. As Ryan's dad pursued, he fired 3 shots, but it was basically just to scare the guy away at that point, and I heard none of the bullets even went near him. But still, it was terrifying, and Ryan's dad ended up going back to prison for a long time because of it. And downloaded the required programs. I prefer to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses. My 7-year-old laptop was a little more disposable. I went through a Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I already had a little saved. It wasn't much, roughly $632, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and general information and found the links I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew I meant business on my channel. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my mouse was off to the side and I couldn't see it on the screen. I wiggled it around to see if it would appear, but the web page was a similar color to the mouse cursor, so I couldn't see it. I clicked a few times to see if my mouse was working and accidentally clicked a link. I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to anyone brave enough to receive it for only $400 or best offer. I thought to myself and decided I'll take my shot. I hit the small payment button and was asked how much I'd like to spend. I entered $300 with my fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but I assumed the other YouTube channels used their own addresses often, so I thought nothing of it. Without much consideration, I gave them my full name and address. I waited over a month for the box to arrive. 36 days to be exact. It came directly to my front porch. It was wrapped numerous times in tape and looked really suspicious. I set my camera on the tripod and adjusted it to show the box on a small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background to make it look a little more professional. I collected some gloves and scissors so I could film the video in one go. Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's vlog. I continued my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grabbed the scissors and cut along the red tape. I made sure my gloves were on tight and I ripped the box open. My brow furrowed as I saw just one book. Without saying a word, I took the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed that I'd spent $300 on a book. Well, looks like we got a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells like rot. Let's look at these pictures. I showed the camera a view of the page's contents. It had 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera. There were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, a couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continued flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature, cars, or trains. Day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug. These people had one hell of a party, I said to the camera, trying to keep the video interesting. I zoomed in on the picture with the camera so everyone could see it. Around day 30, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was my parents' home. I covered my mouth with my hand as I gasped for air. How is this possible? I was unable to form a sentence. I was at a loss for words. These were undeniably personal photos. Day 33, I turned the page and there was a woman handcuffed and gagged. I immediately vomited as I saw my own mom scared and crying. And then I noticed that my dad was also in the photo, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34, this photo was taken inside what looked like a vehicle. I focused my gaze on the dashboard where a small photo was barely visible. It was an old school photo of me. They were in my dad's truck. Day 35, another house, but this one much smaller. The photo was too blurry to make out the details. My hands were trembling and all I could hear was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flipped to the last page. I immediately threw the book to the ground and ran to the window. I jiggled the hatch frantically and threw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and ran to the neighbors. As I was running, I turned around for a brief second. What I saw haunts me to this day. A tall hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor who hurried me inside and called the cops. I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life. I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information. Even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had noticed it had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand-delivered. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most disturbing stories from people who dare to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring hitmen, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's messed up. But honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit interested. There was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling, so I didn't stay there long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so I was surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly decorated rooms, like one packed with stuffed animals and another eerily decorated with Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, which had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one for long. Something inside me felt off. Like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I clicked, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, internally yelling at myself to leave the page. It could be something horrible, which would make me an accomplice. What if it was someone skinning an animal or something like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what drove me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling that lingered over my head was, I had to click that link. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, feeling my mouth go dry as the screen slowly loaded. The page consisted of a large screen, like the security camera page. The room was concrete and dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird green tinge, but you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked up in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then, the person walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, and felt bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, my face twisted in an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped around. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile, but now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting. Twisted. Once I was finally done, I lay on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cold towels try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself that I shouldn't have clicked the link, I should have left, I should have closed the window and told my inner curiosity to go away. Instead, I was lying on the floor with the bathroom reeking of vomit and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I just watched. Should I get the link and send it to the police? My first instinct was to copy the link just in case, then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble. Not with what was at stake. I tried to ignore the dizzy feeling that was flooding my head as I started to pace around my room. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living daylights out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately answered. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just saw. What? Are you okay? Have you been crying? I'm not okay, I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but... Are you kidding me? Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. I told you to stay away from that place. You never listened to me. There's a girl, I said. She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands. I don't know what to do, Madeline. The woman's cries got louder and more desperate, but muffled. I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again. I'm not kidding. But, should I call? No. Her voice was stern. You don't know if it's real. It's probably staged to get attention. Apparently idiots click on things like that. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hands shook as I moved the mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher before I closed the window. I felt even worse than before. We can file a report tomorrow, but go to sleep and stay away from the deep web. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her before I made my way to the couch to sleep. It didn't feel right being in my bedroom or anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches about what was fake on those kind of websites and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make the guilty feeling go away. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. The cold air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal, the store was only a few minutes away from my house. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill just in case it didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to rehydrate after vomiting earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. My heart immediately began to thud against my chest. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. Who is there? My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence. Keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike, I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I thought my house had just been broken into. She told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything out of place, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang and just kept ringing. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walked around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me they'd keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else got hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there weren't any missed calls. However, I did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. There were multiple outgoing calls to her, almost every 2 minutes. They stopped at 3:56 a.m., which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading what I apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. Hey, can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in? I did not send that message. My stomach dropped, my heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked, don't be too late. Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow, all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it'd be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. Madeline? I called out. Are you okay? Nothing. Silence. Madeline? A small scream came from her bedroom just up the stairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard it coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. This time there were 2 women. The first woman was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood, the same threading sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body. It was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and more rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing the cops for the second time, only this time it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered. You should not have called. Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded on the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what had happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut our phone line, but we're going to keep trying. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. I've always had a morbid sense of curiosity. That's not something I'm particularly proud of. I've always just chalked it up to teenage curiosity. To be honest, it probably started back in middle school when people thought it was fun to send around horrible videos of executions and videos like 2 Girls 1 Cup. Just mentioning it makes me feel old. These days, there's an overabundance of these sites. Places to watch people die, blurry videos of car crashes, beheadings, and animal abuse. Of course, it's not something I actively seek out, but when I stumble across it, I feel compelled to watch, to prove to myself that nothing can affect me. For the truly gruesome stuff, one needs to visit the so-called dark web. As someone who has fallen far behind in the advancement of technology, it absolutely baffled me that only a tiny fragment of the internet is available through a Google search. The rest, which makes up approximately 99.9%, is hidden and requires a special browser to access. With the help of a YouTube tutorial, I quickly downloaded the Tor browser and went on my way to search for the hidden aspects of the internet. It couldn't have taken more than half an hour of clicking on links before I stumbled across something that quenched my thirst for the horrible forever. The website itself was rather plain. Just a black background with a video player in its center and a chat box beneath. Within a few seconds of entering the website, the video had loaded and automatically started playing. What was depicted before me was a scrawny-looking man in his early 20s, strapped to a chair and covered in wounds. In the upper left corner of the video, a timer was counting up each second. 24 minutes and 14 seconds. "Please, stop. Please, it was an accident, I swear," he yelled. A larger man entered the picture, holding a large needle connected to an empty syringe. Without speaking a word, he stuck the needle as far as it could go into the victim's abdomen. The victim let out a loud scream as the man removed the needle and plunged it back in. After a few stabs, the man grabbed a hammer and hit the victim straight in the jaw, shattering his mandible and leaving him unable to form any coherent speech. The victim let out a gurgled whimper before passing out. I tried to fast forward the video, sure it had to be fake, but that's when I realized it wasn't pre-recorded footage but a live stream. 26 minutes and 12 seconds were the words that lit up the screen. The chat beneath the video went wild, calling out the victim as a pathetic excuse of a human being, demanding that the man continue the torture. A few seconds passed, and the chat was replaced by a voting form containing only 2 options: life or death. The votes were quickly counting, the bar for death rising rapidly. As much as I could stomach, I couldn't be part of an act of murder, so I quickly voted for life. In the end, the results were displayed on the screen. Out of 200 people, the results were 95% for death, 4% for life, and 1% did not vote. 10 people had tried to save the poor kid, but it wasn't enough. Without further warning, the man grabbed the hammer and started repeatedly hitting him, starting from the legs and working his way up until all that remained was a bloody pile of broken flesh. I sat speechless, staring helplessly at the screen as I noticed that my camera light had lit up. The video player vanished, and in its place, 10 smaller boxes popped up, all displaying people from various places around the world, all being unknowingly filmed by their own webcams. To my absolute horror, one of the boxes showed my bedroom and myself wearing a terrified expression. It quickly dawned on me that these were the people who will be next. A message appeared as a timer counted down towards 0. A few boxes turned black, to which the chat responded with laughter, a hopeless attempt at escape. 3, 2, 1. 9 of the 10 pictures disappeared from the screen, including my own, leaving the screen occupied by a middle-aged Asian man, frozen in fear. "We'll see you soon. Good luck." I let out a sigh of both relief and panic. I'd escaped unharmed, but not everyone was that lucky. Of course, I called the police, but by the time they could even look into it, the link had long since expired. I don't know what else I could have done, but it taught me not to look too deep into the depths of the dark web. This is my last resort. I need help. A couple of weeks ago, I swallowed a tapeworm I bought illegally because I wanted to lose weight, but now I think I am having some negative side effects. The whole thing started when my family bought tickets for a cruise to the Caribbean. I have always been overweight. It runs in the family. I'm 19 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, female, and I weigh 200 pounds. I was scrolling through some weight loss websites when an advertisement popped up on the side of an article. Lose the weight without the effort. Normally, I wouldn't fall for clickbait, but I was desperate. The cruise was in a month and a half, and I had 90 pounds to lose. So I clicked it. It took me to the dark web, which I didn't know was possible by just clicking on an ad. But it ended up being really cheap and really easy. They basically sent me 2 things, a little jar with a worm inside, and directions for taking it, which were oddly specific. I had to swallow the worm after eating raw meat, preferably red. It had to be taken between the hours of 9 and 11 p.m., and all the lights had to be off. The worm would pass once my appetite curbed, and I had adjusted to my new lifestyle. I figured maybe these things had an effect on the tapeworm's behavior, so I thought nothing of it at the time. I forced myself to choke down an uncooked hamburger, then swallowed the worm shortly after 9:30 in pure darkness. The first week went by, and nothing happened. No weight had been lost, and I had 0 side effects that the directions warned me of. No nausea, abdominal pain, strange cravings, or feelings of hunger. I was starting to think that I had passed the worm or it had died. Whatever had happened, I was upset. The week following, however, was completely different. I woke up that Sunday morning starving. I ate all the bacon my mom had made, including 3 eggs, and the 2 she made for my 5-year-old sister, Maria, after she complained of not being hungry. I spent almost the entire day eating and never felt completely full. That night I stepped on the scale and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had lost 8 pounds. The next few days followed the same routine. Eat everything in sight and still lose weight. My diet did change, which was another side effect. I craved all the protein I could get. I was constantly finding myself in drive-thrus, ordering at least 6 hamburgers and inhaling them with no effort whatsoever. But then, the stomach pain started. I couldn't hold down anything but meat. But I had gotten down to 120 pounds. Who was I to start questioning the process now? My breakfast, lunch, and dinner consisted of nothing but ham and plain cooked hamburger. A few days later, even those meats would not satisfy the worm in my stomach. Raw meat became its meal of choice. It's disgusting. That's what I thought at first. But I've come around to it since. My mom has wondered why I no longer eat the food she makes. I keep telling her that all the weight I lost means I don't have the same appetite. Which is true, to a point. None of this is the reason I am telling this story. The reason I am writing this is because of a conversation I had after my mom left the room. Maria was sitting at the table eating chicken nuggets with ketchup, happily humming to herself while Mom and I talked. But once it was just me and her, she stopped eating and looked at me. "What's wrong with you, Angie?" I smiled softly. For her age, she was so mature and caring. "Nothing, Maria. I am on a diet. I'm getting healthier, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be." She frowned and widened her big eyes at me. "But I watched you. The other night you pulled raw bacon out of the fridge and you ate it all." I knelt beside her to comfort her, which is why I smelled her. She was sweet, so small and plump. The pangs in my stomach grew stronger, and I felt the roof of my mouth start to salivate. I even got a little dizzy. I was just so hungry. I looked at her little arm resting on the table, and I could practically hear all of her fresh blood running through her veins. I blinked rapidly a few times and stumbled away from my little sister and into my bedroom. I stayed there the rest of the night. That was 3 days ago. I'm down to 99 pounds. I can smell my family from my room. I snuck out last night and tried eating some uncooked hamburger, but I threw it all up. I'm so tired. I haven't slept much lately because my dreams have all been the same. I am looking down at myself. I'm at the dinner table with a full belly and a smile spread across my lips. I can't see what I'm eating, but I can taste it. Rare, bloody, tender, and so savory. It's heaven, nothing I've ever had before. Then I slowly look over to the table, and there she is. Unmoving, but certainly alive. I'm looking at Maria. She's looking back at me. She is splayed out for me like a display, teeth marks and full bites taken out of her chunky little thighs and arms. A part of her cheek is missing, and through the bloody mess, she is silent, smiling at me with those eyes. I smile back at her, and with pieces of bloodied flesh dangling from my teeth, I swallow and lean down to take another bite of my sister. That's when I wake up, crying and starving. I would go to the doctor, but I'm terrified of being out in public. There's so many tasty people out there. I can't even track down the website where I ordered it. I think I'm running out of time. I weighed in at 90 pounds 2 hours ago. I can feel the urges growing, pushing me to feed. I'm starting to really worry that my sister might not have much time left. This all went down in the summer of my 8th grade year. I was on my way to finally becoming a high schooler, and it was legitimately one of the best summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of no school until I was officially in high school. I spent my time mostly playing video games, sleeping, or playing basketball with my friends. I was actually home alone for an entire week, and my parents thought I could hold down the fort. I was a relatively good kid, and they trusted me. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything were to go wrong, I would have a way of calling someone for help. My dad also gave me access to one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't want to eat what we had at the house. I was really stoked about having the house to myself. I've had people tell me that it was pretty messed up for my family to leave me alone for that amount of time, especially considering I was only 14. They didn't expect anything bad to happen, and neither did I. It was a rare occasion that they were gone for so long. This wasn't something they did often. As a matter of fact, I still live with my parents now, and I've just turned 19. Ever since that day when everything went down, I haven't been home on my own for more than 24 hours at a time. It was a Friday night around 11 p.m. when I heard my phone go off. I received a text message from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Hey." I messaged them back and asked who they were, and they immediately became passive-aggressive, upset with me for not knowing who it was. I apologized to them, thinking it was someone I was close with. I had just gotten a new phone a few months prior and lost all my contacts, so I explained that to them, and they still seemed pretty upset. They started harassing me, and I ended up thinking they were just pranking me, so I turned my phone on silent and continued playing my PlayStation. I'm not sure how long later, probably around 10 minutes or so, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I thought I was just hearing things at first, but I still decided to check and see who was out there just in case. I moved my blinds to the side and looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I wasn't convinced. I knew I heard a knock and was starting to become very paranoid. I looked through some of the windows throughout my house to see if I could spot anyone, but again, there was nobody. I can't deny the eeriness I felt. It was like something was about to happen, something really, really bad. I took my phone out to call my mom, and I had a bunch of notifications from that person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message said, "I'm outside. I couldn't believe what I was reading, and it made my nightmares and everything I was feeling come to life. I went to call my mom, and very quickly, I realized my phone wasn't picking up any service, which was extremely unusual. We have really good cell phone reception, especially at home. Like, we never run into issues with that. At this point, I was literally terrified and had no clue what was happening. I had no way of contacting anyone, and I knew I was absolutely screwed. I wanted to message that person back and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person texting me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when all of a sudden, I heard some noises coming from outside. I went in the direction of the noise, which was toward the back patio, and I listened. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began thumping out of my chest, and my initial reaction was that it was a setup. However, being brave in the moment and considering I took boxing classes for years and knew how to fight, I wanted to stick up for myself and whoever was potentially being hurt. I'm not going to lie, I was really wanting to beat the crap out of whoever was harassing me. Plus, I knew if I didn't do something now, something bad was likely to happen anyway. So I did the unthinkable. I walked outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only thing I could hear was the crickets chirping. I waited for a second until I yelled out to whoever was there. I told them I was going to mess them up and acted a lot tougher than I felt. Almost right after that, there was an extremely bright light flashing at me from afar. Our house sits on quite a bit of land, and we have a huge backyard with tons of trees. Whoever it was pointed the light at me, clearly trying to piss me off. The light then began moving all around toward the house for a minute, then it turned off. Within an instant, the screaming picked back up again. It was the same voice pleading for help. I knew it was now or never. I ran back inside, into the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat as a weapon, and made my way back outside toward the woods, heading directly where I first saw the flashlight. My heart was fluttering at this point as I wasn't sure what to expect. As I got closer and closer, my anxiety about doubled. I couldn't believe that I was in this situation, and I had a sudden realization that what I was doing was pretty stupid. Right while I was about to turn around to go back inside, somebody from the woods that I couldn't see said something to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. All I could see were the dark silhouettes of all the trees around me. I shouted loudly into the darkness, asking who was there. That was when the voice ahead of me whispered and told me to quiet down. He asked me to help him and said he was tied up to a tree and that someone had kidnapped him. Obviously, this alarmed me to the extreme. Despite me thinking it was possibly a setup, I went with my instincts and wanted to help him. It's going to be okay. Just calm down. I'm going to call the police for you. Just hang tight. That's when he started yelling at me. No, help me now. You don't understand. He's going to come back in a few minutes and kill me, he said. I was in a really bad situation as I just wanted to do the right thing. Okay, I'm coming. I'm right ahead. Just keep walking straight. I can already see you. My heart was beating at an incomprehensible rate now, so much so that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. All the thoughts crossing my mind set me into a panic, and I was fully into the woods at this point. I looked ahead after walking for maybe 20 or 30 seconds and saw a dark shadow that looked like a person about 30 feet away. Hey man, is that you? I asked, but he didn't reply. I sat in silence for a moment while I tried to piece together what the hell was happening. If that was him, or even if it wasn't, I was in some deep trouble because the man I was looking at definitely wasn't tied up to a tree. He was standing up straight and very much alive. In only a moment's time, the person started running at me. It was at that exact moment I started backing up. Slowly, I eventually snapped out of it and booked it all the way to my house. Somehow, I made it inside before he caught up to me. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and he was standing right there, pulling on the door, trying to get it open. He was a very tall but slender-looking man with a wolf mask and a big-ass hammer. I barely hesitated and ran to my room. I know what you're thinking right now too. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, originally, that was my plan, but things happen. I don't know. I was absolutely terrified, and you would be too if you were in that same situation. I was pacing back and forth in my living room, trying my luck with my phone again, but still, I had no service. I started having some sort of manic episode and began screaming and punching my couch. I was extremely angry and sick of being the victim. I almost ran out there and beat him myself, but I chose a different approach. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after only a minute, he was knocking on my front door. I ran over to the door and told him to see what happens if he stepped even a single foot in my house. He wouldn't be walking out if he did, that's for sure. He then started laughing. I just kept quiet and went back to my room. The knocking grew louder and louder, and eventually, he started screaming. I had no idea what he was saying, but I think he was mocking me. A few minutes went by of this, and that's when I heard my living room window shatter. I got myself ready and hid behind my open bedroom door, just waiting for him to walk in. The footsteps got closer and closer as he walked into a few different rooms. Now he was heading to mine. I gripped the bat tighter and said a little prayer. He walked in, and I was able to hit him in the head with the bat. He fell straight to the ground. I hit him a few times while he was down as well, to make sure he wasn't getting back up anytime soon, and I ran. I ran down the road about 5 or 6 miles to my friend's house, and when I finally got them to answer the door, I briefly explained what happened, and they let me use their phone to call the police. A few police officers were sent to my house, and a few officers to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, and they rushed home. They were over 2 hours away, so it was going to be a while before they made it back. I told the police exactly what happened, and it turned out I had killed the intruder. I didn't know if he was dead until the police officer told me. I was worried I was going to be in trouble, even though I didn't do anything illegal. It was self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor at the time, they had to bring my parents in as well. Yes, I killed a man as a teenager, and everything about it has completely changed my life. I've been numb, I've been scared, and I've been anxious. I can't tell you how many nightmares I've had about this whole thing. It's all over, and this was years ago. Sometimes it feels like it only happened yesterday, and I relive the whole thing, the blood, the screaming, and more importantly, my lost innocence. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I told her my family's deepest, darkest secret. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find all of her stuff gone and a breakup letter sitting on the kitchen table. I learned not to talk to anyone but my sister about it, but I also feel like if I don't get this stuff off my chest from time to time, it'll just eat me alive from the inside out. I've survived this long by talking to therapists, but at this point, I view therapy like atheists view confessional booths, a nice novelty but inconsequential. The internet, on the other hand, is an altogether different beast. I can remain anonymous, and strangers online can give their opinions. And just like it allows me to say things I'd never tell a person face to face, it allows you to give me your full and unfettered opinions, as brutal as they may be. But I'm okay with that, and that's why I'm writing this. Because I don't want absolution, I want judgment. I was 12 years old at the time of my discovery, and all summer I had this one all-consuming obsession, Pokemon Red. I put hours into catching and training all the original 150 Pokemon. Then, when I beat the Elite Four and completed my Pokédex, I just deleted my save and started all over again. By showing that I loved playing Pokemon so much, I gave my parents a way of punishing me whenever I misbehaved. They were great parents to me for the most part, and my frequent misdeeds were mostly harmless. But whenever I failed to do my chores, or was rude to my sister, their go-to confiscation item was my Game Boy. It'd go like this. They'd hide my Game Boy somewhere, but I'd always find it, then get caught playing it and have it taken away again. This meant that I spent a lot of time snooping around their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had plenty of time to do it. It was during one of my little searching sessions that I discovered my dad had a secret space hidden away in his office. He normally kept it locked, but during one afternoon snooping, I found the key in his office. My dad had this big old antique cabinet that he kept all kinds of junk in, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in it. So after having no luck elsewhere, I began to search it. I remember sticking my hand into one of the bottom cabinets, leaning in just a little too hard, and then I heard a dull crunch of wood as the rear wall of the cabinet suddenly gave way. When I looked, hoping I hadn't broken it, I saw that there was a small hidden compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I recognized at first was the gun. But there was also something that looked like a letter and, more importantly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was looking for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was used to, and as curiosity got the better of me, I pulled it out of the hidey hole to see what it was. It was a journal, this old-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it up, I recognized my dad's handwriting. I might have recognized his handwriting, but I definitely didn't understand most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was an unintelligible mess of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also these little hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like beds along with stick men that had their limbs contorted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I just knew from the fact that it was hidden that it was some secret side of Dad that he didn't show us. I was so filled with grim curiosity that I felt compelled to check out the other stuff. First came the gun. It was much heavier than they looked in the movies, and it was much scarier. I held it like it was made of glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then put it back as slowly and carefully as I could. I saved the thing that looked like an envelope until last. I figured that it'd be sealed, but after retrieving it, I saw that it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic wallets that 1-hour photograph developers give you, the kind that house all your photos and negatives tucked inside. I figured that it might be pictures of my family since those are the only kind I've ever seen come out of a wallet like that. But the only member of my family present in the pictures was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I'd ever known. The first few pictures were of a bed, somewhere I didn't recognize. It didn't look all that remarkable at first, but then I noticed the rope tied around the bedposts, and that bad feeling I had started to intensify. The next few pictures were of a bunch of tools all laid out on a wooden table, but I noticed a few other things mixed in with them. There was a hammer, a hand drill, a pair of metal pliers, all home improvement stuff, but there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking tools that looked so sharp they made me wince. The next photographs I saw were of my dad, but like I said earlier, there was something really off about him. He'd taken some pictures of himself, but he seemed to be particularly interested in the way his eyes looked, as some were close-up shots of them. I don't know why he didn't just take a look at them in the mirror, but then again, I had no idea why Dad was doing any of this stuff, let alone why he wanted to hide it from us. When I saw the next picture, I got this intense feeling of dread and knew that I was looking at something he'd never want his family to see. I figured the first person in the selfie was my dad, but the face was covered by a kind of cloth sack made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Assuming that he could see out of it, there was no good reason why my dad would want to cover his face up like that. There was also no good reason why he'd want to use it as a blindfold, and the thought of him doing something like that filled me with dread. But then, when it came to the next few pictures, that feeling was replaced by one of confusion. The pictures showed a young Asian man smiling as he posed next to an art installation somewhere downtown. The next picture was of my dad smiling next to the same art piece. I didn't recognize the guy, but I did think it was odd that he looked way younger than my dad. The happy vibe continued for a few other photos. There were pictures of them drinking together at a bar. Pictures of the Asian guy looking like he was dancing. It was all smiles in all the pictures. Suddenly, the vibe of the photos changed dramatically. In the next picture, he was standing awkwardly with his arms by his sides, with a look of slight fear on his face. The next few showed him tied to the bed. He was looking up at the camera, and the terror on his face was even more pronounced. The final picture showed a man in that cloth mask leaning over the guy. I couldn't see what they were doing, but the guy's legs were all tensed up and pulling on the ropes that bound them, almost like he was in an intense amount of pain. I remember having an incredible visceral reaction to that last picture, so after shoving the photos back into the wallet, I tried to put everything back into the little hidey hole exactly as I'd found it. After that, I abandoned the search for my Game Boy, locked up my dad's office, and spent the rest of the afternoon in my bedroom, swinging back and forth between thinking about what I'd seen and trying to forget about it altogether. When my dad got home from work, he just figured that I was angry at him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mom realized that there was something deeper going on, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. If I did, it would be the end of my family as I knew it, so I just kept my mouth shut. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to someone about the pictures, I just didn't know how to do it without some kind of familial apocalypse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what I'd actually been looking at. I tried to pretend that I hadn't seen anything, but my relationship with my dad was never the same afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was picture him in those photos, wondering what the hell he was doing to that poor unsuspecting guy. I assumed Mom knew nothing about what my dad had been doing in those photographs, and I felt incredibly sorry for her. But at the same time, I was burdened with the horrific guilt of being the only one who could warn her, but not being capable of it. Then the day came when he walked into my bedroom and asked me the one question I'd been dreading for almost a year. When he asked if I'd been in his office recently, the words sent a chill through me. Thankfully, I learned to hide my emotions very well, so without looking up from playing Sega, I just flatly told him no. After that, I hoped to God that he wouldn't question me further, and I prayed to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. But the seconds went by, and the door didn't close. He just stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing. Doing nothing. When he asked me if I was sure, I just kept my eyes locked on the screen and gave him the most nonchalant denial I could muster. Those were some of the scariest few moments of my whole life, and even when the door finally closed, I was terrified that he'd be standing there waiting to have a private talk with me. He wasn't, which was obviously a huge relief, but as I got back to my game, I started to wonder if he had actually taken me at my word. Then, like a bullet between the eyes, it hit me. Some minor detail from almost 2 years ago came rushing back into focus. After the dread got too much for me, I just shoved the photos back into the wallet. What I hadn't done was rearrange them back into their original order. Someone who really knew those photographs, someone who put them together, would know exactly which order they were in. This was obviously a huge problem for me, but as I continued to think on it, I realized something. He couldn't actually accuse me of looking at the pictures. He couldn't just outright accuse anyone because if they weren't the guilty party, they'd know that he'd been hiding something. That little detail was the only thing that saved me from God knows what, for years. With time, the whole thing kind of faded into the background. It was always still there. But the idea of my mom finding out about the pictures, of seeing all the heartbreak and the shame in her, I just couldn't let that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was in almost constant terror of my dad hurting us, but with each day that passed, it grew easier to reassure myself that we were fine. The next time the photos seriously got into my head, I was in my second year of college. I was on the opposite side of the country, studying at USC as far as my grades could take me. Moving away came with a fresh helping of guilt. I felt like I abandoned my mom and sister to whoever my dad truly was, or at least used to be. I just couldn't do it anymore. I'd spent 6 years swinging between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since he found out someone had found his little hidey hole, as I call it. If he was going to murder us all in our sleep, I figured that he'd already done it. Without all that stress in my life, my mind started to compulsively focus on the finer details. I ended up spending hours at a time poring through news articles that detailed missing persons or dead bodies that had been found from all over the Northwest. I didn't know what my dad had actually been doing to that guy, and sometimes I wish that I'd looked at the rest of the photos so I knew for sure. But I knew the guy's face, and I knew I'd be able to recognize him if his pictures were included in some missing persons or murder news piece. On multiple occasions, I considered how utterly futile it was spending hours at a time reading through random articles that listed the victim as having an Asian-sounding last name. It must have been hundreds from the past decade or so, and I didn't actually know when the incident in the photo had taken place. I realized that I was trying to find a needle in a haystack. But then, one day on some rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I don't want to tell you the poor guy's name because I don't want any of you reaching out to his family. They've definitely already been through enough. But like I said, I found him. I recognized the guy's face from a webpage, and it was a smile I swear I'd recognize anywhere. It was burned into my brain after having stared at those secret photos. The article gave a few details regarding his last known whereabouts, but mentioned that the guy had talked about visiting a friend in the weeks before his disappearance. They went on to plead for any information, basically saying that the police had no idea what had happened to the poor guy. I'd known for years. I just didn't quite realize it. Incidentally, the answer to my fixation brought up a whole new question. What was I going to do with this information? The answer was simple: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a devastating effect on my mom and sister. My sister wasn't very old, definitely not the age to process the fact that her father was at the very minimum involved in the disappearance of another human being. There was nothing I could do right then. Nothing I was okay with. But now that I had my answer, I could at least plan to do something in the future. I didn't quite know when that might be, and I wasn't quite sure how I'd go about it, but I knew I was going to confront him about it at least before he died. Yet, as it turned out, it wasn't my dad's impending death that prompted me to put my plan into action. It was my mom's. 2 years after I graduated college, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I got a phone call from my little sister. Mom had cancer. It was terminal, and it was aggressive. She had a few months tops. That's what the doctor said anyway. I plan on spending as much time as possible with her during that time. When she finally passed and the truth of what my dad had done could no longer hurt her, I made my move and did something I should have done more than 10 years prior. I called my dad for the first time in what felt like forever, and I gave him an ultimatum. I told him that I knew what he'd done, that it was me who had found the pictures all those years ago. I told him the only thing that stopped me from saying anything was not wanting to destroy our family, and that I wanted Mom to live a life of blissful ignorance before I finally tore apart his legacy. I gave him two choices. He could turn himself into the police and do the right thing, or I'd tell them everything I'd seen and how I could link it to the missing persons case from the late 90s that I'd found. The next day, I got another call from my sister, marking the second time she'd been the bearer of bad news in less than 6 months. My dad had taken his own life. It came as a shock. I considered the possibility that he might take his own life before I put my plan into action, but decided that he just wasn't the type. I figured he'd go on the run, try to move up to Alaska and change his name or something, maybe even leave the country. I guess it showed how little I really knew him, even up until the day he died. The only thing was, the whole thing didn't die with my dad. There was still more work to be done. I went back home to check his office for the pictures, intent on handing them to the police, but they were gone. I turned the house upside down, even checked the trash for ashes or things of that nature, but I found nothing. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere. But that wasn't good enough. He must have known that sooner or later, the cops would get him for whatever he'd been a part of, so he just decided to end it all and rob his victim's family of the justice they deserved. I went to the cops anyway, told them everything, and eventually received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They called a handful of times over the course of the next few weeks, a few questions here and there. Eventually, I realized how difficult a task they were faced with. After DNA swabs of his office yielded no matches for their victim, there was very little they could really prove. Even if I did manage to turn over the photographs, the only person they showed committing a crime was a man in a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, I know it was my dad under there. In my mind, there's no reason why he'd take his own life. He cultivated such a wholesome facade over the years, having successfully concealed a past blackened by death, that no one thought him capable of such things. He was far too proud to watch it all crumble in front of him. But even now, it's still not over. My dad has since been considered a suspect in the disappearances of multiple young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I've still yet to hear anything from the police or FBI regarding it, but it's still something that's being actively considered. All these years later, I'm faced with the possibility that my father was an actual serial killer and that my silence following the discovery of the photographs enabled him to continue killing. I could be responsible for an untold number of unsolved murders all over the Northwest. But I tell people that it's not enough to hear platitudes anymore. So judge me. Pour your scorn upon me. I promise you I can take it. As far as I'm concerned, I deserve far worse. When I was 20 years old, I came back home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had just found new jobs. They had a house all to themselves, sitting at the top of a very steep hill. A bit about Becky, she gets really nervous and anxious all the time. I get anxious too, but I've gotten used to living by myself and dealing with my worries. But she wasn't used to it at all. Their house had a back door in the kitchen. If you were sitting on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about as high as your shoulder, there was a light that turned on when there was any movement. It's important to mention that Becky's backyard was pretty high up. To get into the yard from the low walkway in front of the door, you had to go up a few steps. The yard was made this way so it wrapped around to the front of the house. So, this motion-sensing light would only turn on if something moved on the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was tiny, with thick woods stretching down from the end of it. Becky was by herself because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift and she couldn't fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights were off. Then, she saw a light come through the kitchen window. It was the motion-sensing light. This really scared her, but she tried to just ignore it. However, the light kept turning itself on at different times. She called me early at about 3 a.m. until I finally picked up. I talked to her on the phone, trying to calm her down until her boyfriend came back in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and nothing happened with the light during that time. Her dad warned her to be careful, suggesting it might have been thieves checking out the house, especially since there had been some break-ins recently on a street close to hers. The next time her boyfriend had to work at night, Becky asked if I could stay over. I said yes. The evening started off pretty normally. We watched movies until about 11. Then, we decided to drive out to the nearest shop and grab some food from McDonald's. Where we live, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so getting there and back took us almost an hour and a half. We got home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., that motion-sensing light outside turned on while we were sitting on the mattress. I tried to calm her down by saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bat or something flying by. Becky wasn't so sure. The light went off, but then it came on again. This time it stayed on longer. Becky decided to go upstairs and get her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, really nervous, with the window open so we could hear outside. She joked around, shouting, "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She was trying to make me laugh, but right after she said that, the light turned off. It stayed off for about 3 hours, as if we had scared someone away. We couldn't sleep after that. Around 4 in the morning, I went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned around to say something to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to come back. I spun around, and the light was on again. We saw the light turn on and off several times until the dawn began to break. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We thought about calling the police, but were worried they might think we were making a prank call and we'd get in trouble. The light never seems to act up when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel really uneasy being alone at her place during the night. I'm sure someone was up to no good that night, whether they planned to break in and found it amusing to scare us once they realized the house wasn't empty, or if they had even worse plans. It was a terrifying experience. I'm currently 29, I'm a woman, and this took place when I was 14. I had just started 8th grade. I grew up in southeast Texas, and as many of y'all know, fall is still very much a part of hurricane season. It was a Friday night, and it was just me and my mom at home. My dad was out of town for work. I originally had plans to spend the night at a friend's house, but there was a tropical storm coming, and my mom decided last minute that she would rather have me at home that night. I was quite annoyed. Tropical storms weren't normally taken too seriously. I honestly felt like she was overreacting. Of course, this was my mentality of, I'm 14, and therefore so grown up. My mom did feel bad, so we rented a bunch of movies, ordered a pizza, and got a bunch of ice cream for a great night in. My parents' bedroom was on the opposite end of the house from mine. Okay, this is important for later. We lived in a split-level house. The house I grew up in was built in 1950 and was a postmodern style, think Frank Lloyd Wright. The entire back part of the house was all floor-to-ceiling windows, about 8 to 9 feet tall, think of just a huge wall of glass. The whole house was an open floor plan, so the kitchen was the first defined room with walls on the first floor, and my bedroom was directly off of the kitchen, while my parents' room was at the top of the stairs. I apologize if this is difficult to visualize. This was a modern-style house, and it's difficult to describe. She had gone to bed around 10 p.m., and I went to my room to watch 2 movies that I had rented just for myself. The storm was really starting to get rough, the wind was picking up, and it was raining sideways. I was in the middle of watching The New Guy, and I still remember looking at my clock and it said 12:53 a.m. I was getting tired and could feel my eyes getting heavy. With the weather so bad, I remember thinking that maybe it wasn't so bad I had to miss the sleepover. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is a huge crash. It was one of the big windows in either the dining room or living room. Our neighborhood was in a really wooded area, and I thought that a tree or branch had fallen in the storm and had broken the window. I left my room and went out through the kitchen. Right as I was approaching the doorway from the kitchen to the dining room, I could see my mom coming down the stairs. I saw a man standing in our dining room covered in blood. Due to where he was standing, I couldn't get to my mom. He was young, early 20s, and was soaking wet and didn't have any shoes. He had literally run through our window. He was bleeding all over, had glass sticking out of him, and was standing barefoot in a bunch of broken glass. It took him a second for him to register both me and my mom, but when he did, he immediately launched into an explanation of how he was being chased by someone who wanted to kill him and we needed to call the cops. My still fairly innocent 14-year-old brain didn't doubt this at all, but my mom was eyeing him suspiciously. We moved into the kitchen and my mom grabbed her purse and held my arm to keep me close. I had grabbed a kitchen towel to try and help his bleeding. My mom pulled out her cell phone and started calling our neighborhood patrol. I noticed this, and so I quietly went and called the cops on our landline. We both finished our calls, and now we were just waiting. The guy couldn't sit still and kept getting up and looking through our kitchen windows and pacing back and forth. He didn't seem to notice that he was all cut up and bleeding everywhere. He starts muttering under his breath. What happens next happens really fast, and becomes blurry a bit. But the doorbell rings. It was our neighborhood patrol that my mom had called. The doorbell sent the guy into a panic. He jumps up and suddenly grabs a hold of me. He has me in a chokehold, and my mom is now screaming to please let me go. He starts looking around all frantic and is pulling me through the dining room and living room toward our stairs. At some point, the bell rings again. My mom is following, still begging to let me go. He has me at the stairs, and my mom has the choice now to go to the front door to open it or follow him up the stairs. She runs for the door just as he pulls me up the last of the stairs. I hear our alarm start blaring. Normally we arm it at night, so you would need to type in the code before opening a door. He pulls me into my parents' room, but as soon as we get into the room, he drops me and starts to freak out. It was apparently all the lights. He starts smashing lamps trying to get all the lights off, screaming that they were burning him. There's a small garden off my parents' bedroom, and they have garden lights they turn on at night. He takes a chair and throws it at the glass door, trying to smash it so he can get to those lights. At least that's what it looks like. I had crawled to a corner to get away from him at this point. When he completely turns away from me to grab another chair, I make my run for it. I run down the stairs. The cops had made it into the house at this point and were at the bottom of the stairs with their guns drawn. One of them grabs my arm and pulls me out of the way once I reach the bottom and takes me outside to an ambulance and my mom. The adrenaline is coming down and it hits me what's happened, and I start shaking and can suddenly feel pain around my throat from where he'd been holding me in a chokehold. There's a lot of yelling and screaming from inside, and then maybe 10 minutes later, the cops come out with the guy in handcuffs. He sees me and tries to lunge at me, which was terrifying. I had a bruised windpipe, but was otherwise okay. I learned later that the guy was 20 years old and a chemistry major at one of the universities in town. Together with some friends, also chem students, they had made their own PCP. He had never tried PCP before and had a bad reaction. They had been driving to get some food when he first started acting paranoid and upset, and then at the drive-thru, insisted they let him out and took off. Thinking you're being chased is a common hallucination to have when you start having a bad trip. Light sensitivity is also a common side effect in general for being high. But he wasn't a bad kid. He'd never been in trouble before, was a good student, and pretty much the last person you'd think would do something like this. Our house was the only one on our street that wasn't completely fenced off, and that's how he was able to reach the back and those windows. When I got older, it really hit me just how easy it is to become that kid. I had friends who ended up being chemistry majors and also tried some of their own creations. Thankfully, the night didn't end up worse because it definitely could have gone in an entirely different direction. About 12 years ago, when I was 9 years old, I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We got up at 10:30 a.m., I took a shower, and then my brother took one after I was done. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knock on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door they turned out to be a salesman or a Jehovah's Witness, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. What a relief. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow pass by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square of frosted glass. We waited and watched just in case it was a bird flying by, when suddenly a hand hit it. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so we immediately called the police. While it was ringing, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was trying to break it down. I don't know if they were kicking or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. They took 5 bangs before the perpetrator finally bashed the door open. The police answered, I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering, his voice barely audible. "Hello, there's someone in our house, and I think they're stealing." We're at 1249 Maple Street. I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry. While all this was happening, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying drawers, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound my cell phone makes when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. The man started kicking the door, shouting, "Who's there?" We said nothing. Another kick, then another. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache, I had chills, and it was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that, he stopped. We heard the door opening and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor, cabinets open, cups and plates scattered on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open, and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man had gone through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom, and she ordered us to go to my aunt's house as soon as possible, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting with us with ice cream, probably because my mom had told her everything, and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We got back home at about 5 o'clock. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunt's attempt to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got to our house after she arrived, about 3 to 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but because of a lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next few days, my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff, but at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over it after a couple of weeks. This story happened about 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister was 16. It was the summer before I was going to college, and I mostly lived with my mom and my sister except for every other weekend when I'd stay with my dad. Summers where I live can get really hot and humid, so we had a habit of walking the dogs around 7 p.m. when it would be cooler but still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't going to be home until late. She often participated in choirs, Bible studies, youth group events, and more, so it wasn't uncommon for my sister and I to be left home alone until 8 or 9 p.m. Therefore, it was up to us to walk the dogs by ourselves. Even though we lived in the countryside, we decided to drive 20 minutes to a park for a change of scenery. Let me explain the layout of the park for clarity. The park isn't very big, but it's popular because of its mile-long looping road with attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall spaced out on the inner side. The outer side features just grass and trees with one playground at its end. It's common to pass people walking the loop at least twice if you're walking in opposite directions, but not if you're walking the same way. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. Everything about the walk started normally. We parked the car, leashed our dogs, and began walking the loop. Occasionally, we'd stop so I could take pictures of our dogs and my sister wrangling our larger dog, who pulls like his life depends on it and wants to smell everything. During one of these stops, a man in his 40s passed us walking in the same direction. He smiled at my sister, told us we had cute dogs, and continued walking. We thought nothing of it. After all, it's common to exchange greetings in the park. However, this man passed us again only 10 minutes later. This time directly across from where we'd first seen him. He greeted us again with a smile and a hi. This time, we both looked at each other, acknowledging the strange guy. It seemed odd that he had managed to loop back to us so quickly and that he had cut in front of us so closely, nearly touching my sister. Not even 5 minutes later, the same man passed us again, cutting even closer and greeting us once more. This was the moment I decided we needed to leave. It was abnormal to pass someone 3 times so quickly on this loop without them taking a shortcut or altering their path significantly. We hurried back to our car. As we neared it, we noticed a car creeping along behind us. We stopped to let it pass, but it also stopped. When another car approached, the first car sped away. We quickly packed the dogs into our car and drove home. Once home, we settled in for the evening. Around 9:30, while we were in the living room, we noticed the ceiling light up momentarily as if from car headlights, but we dismissed it, thinking Mom was coming home. A few minutes later, the motion sensor light on the porch turned on. Soon after, we heard the storm door open, but no one came in. Our dogs suddenly started barking aggressively, and the storm door slammed shut. My sister, brave as she is, went outside with a kitchen knife to investigate, but saw a man's outline by our old dog kennel. She quickly came back inside, and we locked the door. I called my mom, who advised us to ensure all doors were locked and the dogs were inside. When she arrived home and we explained what had happened, we called the non-emergency police number. The officers who came did not find anyone and seemed to think we were overreacting. To this day, we still believe someone with malicious intent was at our house, possibly the same man from the park. Whether or not this is true, the experience taught us to always trust our instincts. If you feel someone is paying too much attention to you, do not head straight home. Be aware of your surroundings and stay in public spaces if possible. You never know who might be watching. I'm a female, and this incident occurred in 2008 when I was 13 years old. I'm now 27. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I lived in Cincinnati at the time, and it was January. My middle school had been called off due to a snowstorm the night before, and I was home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work, which meant my little sister was at daycare and my older brother had a dentist appointment. My dad worked in lawn care and sometimes came home for lunch if he was in the area. So, while I was awoken by noises coming from the basement, I thought it was just him, home for lunch, going through things in the basement. I didn't think much of it. When I got out of bed, I could still hear what I thought was my dad in the basement. But as I approached the stairs, something felt extremely off. I don't know what caused me to do this, but instead of yelling, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" He didn't respond, so I quietly went to the front door, looked out through the tiny square window, and saw 2 men walking up the snow-covered hill to my backyard. I later found out that there was a third man, and he was the one who broke the basement window. I quickly realized that the noises I heard were actually from the basement window, directly under my bed, being broken. I ran to my bedroom, immediately hopped into my closet, and called my mom. When she answered, and I told her what was happening, she called my brother to see if he would come home because I had a history of being scared to be home alone. Neither of them actually believed that there were people in the house. Before my brother got there, and right after I got off the phone with my mom, I called the cops. I don't think the dispatcher believed me at first because she asked me several times if I was sure there were people trying to enter my house. Meanwhile, the three men had already entered the house and were running up the stairs from the basement. After I told her that, I immediately noticed a change in her voice, and she told me to stay calm and asked me if I was in a safe place. I told her I was in my bedroom closet, except the door wouldn't close all the way because my room was only clean because I threw a lot of it in my closet, so I had to hold my closet door shut. The dispatcher told me to let her know what I could hear, if anything. I told her that I heard them talking to each other in the living room, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The next thing I knew, they were breaking down the door of my dad's bedroom, which was right next to my room. Not long after that, I saw through the crack of my closet door one of the men enter my room, and a few seconds later, he walked back out, obviously realizing it was a child's bedroom and that he wasn't going to find anything worthwhile in there. A few moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home!" And they all started running away. A bit of backstory about the house: it was fairly old. So to open all of the windows, even the basement ones, you had to crack a lever to open or close them. Unlike the glass block windows that can't be broken or seen through. Not only that, but the front door didn't open because the house had settled too much and wouldn't unlock, so the couch was in front of it. Because the front door didn't work, we used the side door to get in and out. I'm not sure why, but the side door had to be unlocked with a key from the inside of the house to be able to leave. Everybody had a key besides my little sister. That being said, the men had to leave the way they entered, with everything they were trying to steal, which was through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police had my house surrounded and it was safe to come out, it took me quite a while to leave my closet because I didn't truly know if they were gone. When I finally got the courage to get out, I grabbed my key and darted to the side door to let the police inside. I didn't see my brother anywhere, so I didn't know if something had happened to him or if it was even him who came. Not long after I let the police inside, my brother came walking into the dining room. I jumped up so fast and gave him the biggest hug I'd ever given him. When the police asked us to tell them what happened, I heard my brother tell them that when he got to the house, he walked up to the side door as he normally would, and when he was about to unlock it, he was met by one of the men through the window. He said the man cocked his gun, put it up to the glass, and said, "Hey." After that, he said he froze up, and then when he could finally feel his legs again, he ran up the street and started knocking on doors. After about 3 houses, he knocked on the 4th, and a little girl answered. He asked her to go get her mom. He told her that there were men inside her house and his little sister was inside. She called the police, and my brother then called our grandparents to let them know that I was telling the truth. The township reached out to my dad and invited us to come to the town center about a week after the break-in. When we got there, I was surrounded by the officers who apprehended the men, and they awarded me with a certificate of bravery for staying calm and helping them catch the man, along with a little gift bag of girly items. About a month later, we had to go to the men's court date, where we met a woman and her son in the waiting area who had their house broken into a week before ours was broken into. It just so happened that they stole one of the guns she had. As it turned out, the 2 men had 3 guns, but only one of them was loaded. I was way too overwhelmed to be in the courtroom and have to see the man again, so the judge allowed us to stay in the waiting area until their hearing was over. 2 of the men ended up getting 7 years in prison, and the other got 12 years in prison because he pulled a gun on my brother. They're all out of prison now, and for a little while, I was scared that they would come back once they got out, because my dad still lives there, but nothing has happened since then. I've always heard stories about houses being broken into, but I never thought it would happen to me. I'm really glad that I was old enough to know what to do in that situation and that the man never knew I was in the house with them until they were in court, because who knows what they would have done if they knew. This just happened last night. I live alone with 2 cats, like a typical Redditor. This incident might sound mundane, but it was genuinely creepy in real life. I don't scare easily, for what it's worth. Anyway, there's a cat door on the rear slider which faces the woods behind my condo. The cats get supervised outside time, and I use a little nanny cam to check that they're checking in regularly, among other things. I can watch it from my computer or phone while doing stuff. I also occasionally get neighbors' cats who come in for a bite to eat. My male cat loves it, my female cat hates it. Anyway, this one gray cat comes around every few days, comes in, has a snack, I scoot him out, and it's no big deal. Well, he'd been coming around really late at night and pawing at the locked cat door. It scared me at first because it was a terrifying sound to hear in the middle of the night. I was able to figure this one out pretty easily just by listening. My cats would run to the rear slider, my female cat would hiss, the male would meow, and then I would hear something scamper away. I told myself it was just the neighbor cat coming for a midnight visit and probably just couldn't get in. Anyway, my nanny cam has automatic night vision which turns on when it's too dark. But I had the cats inside with me last night, so the cat door was locked shut, the patio light outside of the slider was turned off, and I was getting into bed just as I got under the covers. I heard the scratching, rattling sound at the locked cat door. I opened the app and definitely did not see a cat. It didn't help that the night vision makes everything look super creepy, but regardless, I was freaked out. There was a scraggly looking person hunched over on my patio, playing with the locked cat door. My female cat hissed, and he got up and laughed. I guess it could have been a she. I never saw a face and I only caught a few frames while my blood ran cold. It looked like they were wearing a loose t-shirt. I called the cops, and they had a cruiser nearby. He did a drive-through and walked the area out back. It was late, so I didn't give a statement or even meet with the officer, but I did see his flashlight as he walked the train line. Thankfully, that was the end of it. Although my cats refused to use their door for a few weeks afterwards, as if they could smell the strange intruder. I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We answer alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time it's a motion detector set off by a cat, or a restaurant forgot to disarm their stuff before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this case, I was called out to a house where the back door alarm was set off. Like it thought someone opened it. The owner was out of town, but she was alerted by her app and her mother met me there. We checked the door, it's locked. We figured maybe someone tried the door but it didn't budge, setting off the alarm. But there's a light on inside. The mom mentions this to her daughter on the phone. The daughter says she isn't sure if she left the light on or not. It's a good idea to make people think someone's home, but she just isn't sure. That gave me a bad tingle. The mother wanted to go inside to check. However, she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep and the mom didn't want to wake them. So, I fill out my papers and go back to my normal patrol routes. An hour later, the same home sends an alert out. I'm the only one in my city zone, so I answer it again. When I pull up, police and CSI are there already and they're talking to the mother and the now awake neighbor. They are reviewing video footage sent to them by the daughter. I look at the footage. There were 4 men that were armed wearing masks and hoodies. They came out of the bathroom a minute after the mother and I left. They proceeded to rob the place. They had broken in and locked the door behind them for appearances. They're the ones who turned on the light. The mother told me 3 guys had robbed her daughter's home a month before. Somehow, they knew when this girl would be out of town. They appeared smart, desiring a quiet robbery without conflict. But they brought guns, so they were prepared to shoot their way out of trouble if they needed to. The mother had wanted to go in. If she'd had a key, or woken the neighbor for the spare, we would likely have been shot dead by these guys when we went inside. Work doesn't give me Kevlar vests or anything. If I ever get another house call and someone's in there, I am not going inside no matter what is asked of me. I count myself fortunate the way was blocked this time, because I was prepared to foolishly go in and check if I could. The 1% of the calls where something is actually off, it has never been as bad as this one. This happened back in the 80s, so it was before we had cell phones. I was in high school at the time. One night after dinner, my mom suggested we take a walk around the block. My brother and dad were watching TV and opted to stay home, so it was just us girls. We lived on the fringes of the suburbs in a subdivision that was semi-rural. By that, I mean there were houses but no street lights or sidewalks. Everyone had septic tanks as there was no sewer service and that kind of thing. The houses were all set well back from the road and the lots were wooded. Anyway, we were walking around the block, which is about 1.5 miles in total, and we were almost back home. It was pitch black that night, there was no moon, and we had a flashlight to use as needed. Without it, you couldn't see much past a foot around you. We mainly used it as a signal if a car went by, but there wasn't really anyone around, so we had it switched off and were just walking and chatting. Just as we turned the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. This was a bit weird as we had just come from that way and hadn't seen or heard anyone walking on that street or coming down the driveways we passed. But we just figured it was some neighbor also out for a walk, and we hadn't noticed them in the dark. So I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. They immediately switched the flashlight on too, so I could only see their light and not the people holding it. They said nothing. We kept walking, but the footsteps behind us sped up. Now they sounded heavy, so we thought it was a man. We sped up. He sped up. I turned the flashlight back on, and he turned his on again in silence. We were too scared to call out, and now we were approaching our driveway. As we got there, I pushed my mom in front and told her to get up the driveway, which was steep and long. Once she had a start, I sprinted up after her. As I did, the footsteps veered away to the other side of the road and kept going. Nothing was ever said by this person, and normally people here wave and speak while walking or even driving by. When we got up to the house, my dad said it was probably just a neighbor, so my brother and I got into my car and drove down the road to see who it was. No one was there. We went all around the roads, and no one was walking on them. There wasn't time for him to leave the area either. It turns out it was a nasty neighbor getting off on scaring us and then ducking into a house. He bragged about it to some other neighbors who happened to be friends with my dad. We got revenge on him, but I can't say what we did exactly. Although it might not seem like it, this incident happened quite a while back, probably over 10 years ago. I was in my later years of high school and was home alone. My parents were at a wedding that required them to stay at a hotel, and my brother worked the night shift at that time. My family lived in a very well-known East Coast city in a blue-collar neighborhood that was starting to take a nosedive. As a teenager, I was a bit of a loner. I wasn't a nerd or anything. I was a big guy who had friends and went on dates, but I'm a natural introvert, so I cherished the rare alone time that I got. This weekend, I was looking forward to engaging in my normal empty house routine, playing PlayStation on the big screen TV, then ordering a late takeout dinner, pizza or Chinese, and pigging out while watching some Dragon Ball Z. Then, around 2 a.m., I would fall asleep on the couch with my old dog, Cecil. Cecil was a beagle who was as old as the hills and had been in our family for about 8 years. He was quiet and peaceful, spending his time begging for food and sleeping. Unlike most beagles, Cecil never howled or barked. He was more than content to rest his head on your lap and spend the night there. Anyway, back to the story. It's approximately 1 a.m. I had just finished the last slice of pizza and was dozing off on the couch when I heard a bang coming from the back alleyway. I didn't think much of it. Anyone who has lived in a city knows noises happen at all moments of the night. Cecil's head pops up off my lap, and the hair on his back stood up. He was always a bit skittish, so I calmed him down and started dozing off again. Not more than 2 minutes later, I heard another bang, and Cecil did something I'd never seen him do before. He leapt off the couch and ran like the wind towards the door leading to the basement, barking and growling like a dog twice his size. The look on his face reminded me of a German Shepherd from a K9 unit. I'd never seen him like that before, which got my adrenaline pumping. Through the dog's barking, I could now make out a persistent banging. There was a seldom used door in the basement that led out to our back alleyway. It was old and rusted and was hard to open even with a key, and it made a lot of noise. I suddenly realized that someone was trying to break into my house through my basement door. For a quick bit of context for anyone who hasn't lived in a bad neighborhood, if someone tries to get into your house and moves on after they realize the door is locked, they want your stuff. If someone is persistently trying to get into your house despite the door being locked, well, they want you. Knowing this, I rushed upstairs to grab the heavy wooden baseball bat that I kept under my bed for situations like this, then I headed down to my basement. I probably should have run, but I was a macho teenager with a tough guy complex, and I also didn't have anywhere to go. While I was heading down the stairs to my basement, Cecil blew past me with the speed and aggression of a dog half his age. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice saying, "Oh," and the banging stopped. I didn't call the cops or anyone else, which was probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. I just sat up for the rest of the night with a bat in hand. My brother came home that morning, and I told him what had happened. We went to the basement door to take a look, and when we gave it a tug to open it, the whole door fell off. This psycho was one good shove away from getting into my house, but old Cecil scared him off. I'm pretty sure that fat, lazy old dog saved my life. When I tell people this story, they dismiss his actions as a dog doing what a dog does. But when I tell you that Cecil never barked or moved that fast in his life, you can take that to the bank. It was almost like he knew the urgency, like he knew that door was going to give. A few years back, we had to have him put down because he got too old and was in a lot of pain. Before the injection, I got a moment alone with him. I thanked him one last time for his friendship and for what he did that night. At this point, I was a grown man with a wife and kids. I'm convinced that none of that would have happened without old Cecil. Thanks, pal. I miss you. This encounter happened when I was about 10 years old. My sister and I were home alone since it was during the summer, but our mom and grandmother were busy so they couldn't stay home with us. We were used to being home alone during the summer, so it wasn't a big deal. The only thing we could not do was go outside or open the door if someone knocked. During this day, I had gotten up and started to play The Sims 2 in our kitchen. My sister was watching TV. A few hours into gaming, I thought I heard the doorbell ring. At first, I thought it was my game, but I had turned off the sound. So, I asked my sister if she heard the doorbell. She replied that she hadn't. She said it was probably just the show she was watching. I brushed it off and went back to playing my game. About 10 minutes later, I saw a reflection on my computer of a man in a suit, his hands cupped around his eyes, looking through the glass doors behind me. I turned around to be face to face with this strange man I'd never seen before. I had no idea how long he had been watching me. He waved at me like he knew me from somewhere. I called my sister's name, who had not noticed the man yet. She quickly grabbed the house phone, calling our grandmother. We had seen salespeople before, but none of them looked like this guy. He was wearing a full-on black suit that did not fit him. If not strange enough that this guy was wearing a suit in 99 degrees, he was also carrying a briefcase. All the salespeople I'd seen only ever had a clipboard or maybe a couple of flyers, but this man had a briefcase. The next flag came when this guy walked around our house to come to the back door, which during his little trip he would have seen there wasn't a car in the driveway, indicating no one was home. As I was getting up to hide, the man reached down and grabbed the doorknob, starting to jiggle it forcefully. Thankfully, the door was locked. He looks at me, smiling, and gestured at me to come and unlock the door for him. All the noise he'd been making had now set off our 75-pound lab mix, making her go berserk. No way she was going to let this guy get to us if he did get in. My sister tells me our grandmother is on the way, and she wanted us to hide in the back of the house in her room until she could get home. My sister hands me the phone, then runs into the kitchen to grab the biggest knife we have. I can hear her yelling at the guy that we called the cops. She comes back into the room with me, and we shut the door. She tells me after she lied to the guy about calling the cops, she said that he started laughing like she just told the funniest joke he ever heard. A little while later, we heard the door open and my grandmother calling us. We come out to meet her. She tells us she did not see a man anywhere in sight. She'd walked around the whole house before unlocking the door. She also thought it was weird if he was a salesperson, he would have left a note saying, "Sorry, we missed you." She ended up taking the rest of the day off to stay with us, also so she could watch to see if the man would come back around. It's been 11 years since this encounter, and I still don't want to know what was in his briefcase. This incident occurred almost 5 years ago, shortly after I moved into my current home with my husband. It was our first week at the new house. I had just graduated from grad school and was in the process of job hunting. Our house is modest but had 2 stories, with both bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. It's a back house facing an alley, and our landlord and his wife live in the front house. One morning, as my husband was leaving for work, he abruptly came back inside. "Did you try to remove a screen from a window downstairs?" he asked. I was puzzled and told him I hadn't. He urged me to come outside, so I quickly got dressed and followed him. To our alarm, the screen covering a large window downstairs was bent at a sharp angle, as if someone had attempted to push it up from the bottom. The most unsettling part was the clear prominent handprint on the glass, suggesting that the would-be intruder had tried to push up and open the window. Fortunately, all our downstairs windows are secured with wooden rods wedged in the top half, effectively preventing them from being opened too much. Our analog security measures had unexpectedly saved us. Additionally, we noticed another window screen slightly cut open at the corner. We immediately called the police, who came and dusted for fingerprints on the handprint, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any developments. At the time, break-ins during the middle of the workday were not uncommon in our neighborhood, as most people would be away from their homes. However, what truly unnerved me was the realization that our would-be intruder had chosen to attempt a break-in in the middle of the night while we were both home and asleep. My car was parked right by the tampered window, clearly indicating that someone was home. It was a bold and foolish move on the intruder's part, especially since they left behind an almost perfect handprint on the window. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town, with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. Four of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed, with no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, "Private property. Keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we'd expected, less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by two piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumey smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. "There's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night, at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I process this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods with something seemingly to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I tried to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were 2 of us, and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, we only have a hatchet." My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. "Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here?" The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. "I just want to talk," is what we heard him screaming. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this Gary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. "Hey, help, please help me." We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them, and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself, since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I'd always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen that car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had a cover. They'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we weren't really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then, other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed.